afterwards. Yeah.
Can I see the public side of the stream as well too, or
Yes.
no?
There you
Oh,
go.
we
Now
will.
you're
Okay.
live. Now you can
All
say
right.
inappropriate things.
Oh, okay. Hello,
Sometimes.
everybody. Sorry for being, tardy and homosexual, but that is our way. There's a
It's
rainbow
Aiden's
flag in the
computer.
thumbnail. Yes, my computer
There's a
had
rainbow flag in a
MLT
thumbnail. Why? Why, Aiden? Why did you
because
disgrace our
I
show by
titled
that?
the stream "Back to the Closet" with the Back to the Future font
Oh,
forward
okay.
back.
So with the
Okay.
putting the woke away thing.
Yes, talking about putting the woke away, and we are joined tonight by Kruptos. Is that how you pronounce that
Yeah,
correctly?
Kruptos. Yeah,
Kruptos.
yeah.
So it's a man you should follow if you are not following him on the
Yes.
Twitter, because I
And
said
I
so.
removed it for a moment because I wasn't sure what was going on for a little bit. But let me go through and put that back in the chat so that if you want to follow him on Twitter, I'll go ahead and it's.
What exactly is your
_Jotcat.
guys' take on the whole putting the woke away thing? Because I'm actually more because Kruptos, are you aware of the bet between Orn and Academic Agent on that?
Yeah, no,
Yeah.
no. I very much so.
Yeah. I actually took a controversial opinion and I said I think Orn would probably win, but not because AA is wrong. I just don't think they will learn by the time May comes around.
I think it's about learning, but yeah, go ahead.
I generally tilt towards Oren, largely because I think, okay, so, and I wrote a piece about this on my Substack, seekingthehiddenthing.com, in case anybody doesn't know what I do. But so I have anchored myself. There's one thing I guess I've done is coming online politically after, it was suggested to me that I should, do some writing publicly. Is discovering that a lot of people hadn't heard of French sociologist and philosopher Jacques Ellul. And so Jacques Ellul really allows you to take a lot of what you see in politics and kind of go to like sort of the deepest source code level of the way things operate. And that's sort of at the level of the technological society, very closely related to, say, Canadian philosopher Marshall McLuhan's "The Medium is the Message." So a lot of times, people will talk about TV shows or whatever, right? This show, that show, it's good, it's bad, but really, you probably should be talking about the medium of television itself. Sure. So, in this regard, when you look at I think the difference between Oren's position and AA's position is, and I may get in trouble for this or whatever, but I mean, I have a lot of respect for AA, but I think he is much more in the camp of that things happen because of rational players in the system. And so
he's very much driven by there's always a rational sense for everything.
I think
that's right.
Yeah,
it was certainly to a certain. Yes, certainly, but I think that the woke going away sort of hypothesis of AA is also doesn't anticipate that
people
it's
might
not
be
really
insane.
obviously one, it's not really going away, and two, there are these. It's not a flawless system. It's not actually these masterminds playing chess. They're or underwater chess or 4-dimensional whatever. They're playing checkers really, and they're not very good at it. They have these grand machinations, sure, but their ability to implement them is flawed. And I think AA recognizes that. Oren might be obviously more towards the side that these people really have no idea what they're doing and
it's
fumbling in the dark.
In the piece that I wrote, it ends up being a little bit of both, right? And the reason why I side with Oren, the reason why I side with Oren, and I think that this is kind of where Oren comes from. The idea is, from what I understand, if I misrepresent it, I'm sorry, but my understanding of AA's position is basically that because of certain excesses in the system, this wokeness was kind of allowed to play out because it was beneficial to rational players. It allowed them to kind of mask and hide some of the things they were doing behind the scenes. But sooner or later, if things get too much out of hand, it threatens their position and their power, their ability to make money and close it. And these rational players would then rein it in, and they would put it away, and they would issue the commands, and all of this would kind of just quietly go away. And So to a certain degree that this is true. There is rational players in the system. There are, and this is what I think I called it oligarchs versus administrators was the piece on my
Oh,
Substack, Seeking the Hidden Thing.
That's a good name.
that's
And
that's the exact language
yeah,
that I use to describe it. So yeah, I'll have to read that piece because that's the exact terminology. I think we all are kind
so
of using the same language there. Yeah.
in a sense, you have these guys. They've got money, they've
Mhm.
got power, and they can directly influence the system. So an oligarch it's very well within the capabilities of an oligarch to say assassinate a president. It's not that hard to do. You put together a team of elite guys, you figure out, you research, figure out a schedule, find a good location, a good thing, and boom, bullet goes off and away you go, right? So these are the kind of things you can affect direct action as an oligarch. And you can affect a fair amount of direct action as an oligarch, but at a certain amount of time, at a certain point in time, there's a limit to how much you can do. Now,
Mhm.
that's not to say that you can't do a lot, and that there, because you really as an oligarch, you have a fair degree of, because you have money, you can pay people to do things, and you can
Sure.
issue commands, and those people can do things. But eventually, what happens is you reach a point of scale, and
Yes.
this is the problem. This is the thing I think that where the real key difference is that yes, while the rational players can affect the system, they can issue orders. The problem is that once you get beyond sort of their direct commands, you end up running into the problem of scale. So what happens when those orders get beyond the people that the oligarchs pay? Are
Exactly,
they
and they have filled this system full of all this administrative class, exactly that. These people who are not necessarily loyal, nor are they necessarily getting the message, the memos that from the oligarchs, nor are they loyal. They may be true
well
believers. So
but here's
it's
the
just in
thing though
there. Yeah, go
too,
ahead.
is in order to run this system, one of the things that allows it, and this is where Lewell's technological
Hmm.
society is really helpful, is that what allows the system to run at scale is basically administrative systems. So policies, procedures, organizations, all of these things, what they do is in many ways the systems and the policies and the procedures replace the figure of the leader. They allow you to create consistent results at
Mm.
scale. So everybody in a sense is following policy. Everybody follows the Walmart way, the McDonald's
Hmm.
way, the Ministry of Finance way of doing things. And they adapt themselves now to these abstracted, reified policy manuals, policy frameworks. Now, these policy frameworks, what they're really beneficial, and this is the reason why the merchant classes love them, is
Hmm.
because they elevate the floor of quality. Because if you're relying on people, they can be good, they can be bad. Sometimes they can be great, and sometimes they can be just awful. But what the policies do is they allow you to elevate the floor, create consistent outcomes across a whole of a system. And not
Mm.
only that, but it creates consistency between persons. So if you swap people out, like one of the big problems with, say, a family run business is the transition from grandpa to son to grandson. And those transitions can be very, very hard on a business, right?
Hmm.
Whereas the policy you incorporate, you become a big corporation, you have all these policies, structures, then the people can be swapped in and out. You can hire and fire a CEO, you can fire senior management, and nothing really changes because in many ways the policies drive it. So
Precisely. Yeah.
across the scale of this large system, what is it that holds it together and keeps it all moving in the same direction? Well, the thing that keeps it moving in the same direction is ideology. And so that ideology filters itself out into like every classroom, every courtroom, every administrative office. And to some degree, now you're not going to get 100% absolute harmony. You're going to get general harmony across the system. Now, basically, the system, because it's based on technology, and technology is primarily a way of thinking as opposed to devices. So once you have the technological system is largely progressive in nature anyways, just because the nature of technology wants to iterate constant improvements towards the idea
Sure.
of perfecting the system towards perfecting society. And that's kind of the technological engineering impulse of the technological system. So there's a basic progressive impulse in the administrative system to begin with. So there's that base level ideology,
Like
but
Carlisle.
Mm.
yeah, and you have to always have this sort of basic sense that you're moving forward towards, in a sense, kind of utopia, that you're always
Sure. The Whig view
progressing.
of history. Yes. Yes.
That's right. And so the thing is then is that what is the current notion of progress? Well, the current notion of progress is a mix of wokeness. So you have the transgender stuff, you have the, equality for gays, equality for women, you have racial equality, all of these things. So your basic woke program of forced egalitarian outcomes, right, is the current, measuring stick for progressive mindset, right? So if you're going to put that away, right, what you really have to do is to change. Now, that's not to say that that is the only definition of progress, but progress then has to be what would you have to do is through the use of propaganda across the entire system, you would have to discredit the current form of propaganda or the current form of progress and supplement for it another sense of progress that people could believe in. Now, what people want to do is go to the meritocracy. So my next piece is going to be why that's really not going to be possible, in a sense, because you would largely have to break the whole system up in order to make meritocracy works great on the ascendancy side of a culture, but on the descent, after you've reached sort of peak, if you're in a business setting, that type of you embrace administrative systems as the business scales up. But once the business has reached scale and your business is commodified, you end up having to break the business up to make it more vibrant again, right? In order. So this is kind of that's sort of the tenor of my next piece. So on the one hand, people might want to shift back to the meritocracy as sort of, and this is kind of the Musk, Trump, MAGA idea, is that we're going to recapture this older version. We're going to get. This is why, in a sense,
America.
That's how
this is the sort of
return to Fresh Prince.
MAGA is essentially a progressive movement. It's a sense of what you're trying to do is you're trying to reclaim good progress from those who have gotten progress, off the rails and into this dead end that we call transgenderism and forced egalitarianism. And so you're trying to recap, but I think it really isn't going to work in a sense because it doesn't understand that we've already reached the point where we have reached economies of scale.
Yes. And
there's no more, you can only scale up with using, in that sense, you can only scale up the sort of the meritocratic idea on the ascendant side. If once you get past the economies of scale and you want to re-engage that sort of excellence of the very best people, you have to break the system up because the administrative system wants to flatten everything out. It wants to create that high floor, but the cost of creating that high floor and elevating the bottom up to sort of a middle is that you also chop off the top. You have to eliminate all of the very best people off the top. But so in order to allow those best people to go again, you have to basically break up the administrative system. So you would have to, so you take a corporation, you break it up into, say, 15 independent business units, like no bigger than a couple of hundred people. Or like, say, at Lockheed Martin, you start your skunk works and you have all these people working, in this little thing. And they're basically, all your geniuses are put in this lab and they just let them cook, right? Nobody gives them any administrative control. They're not subject to any of the rules of the system. We don't allow anyone in there who isn't an absolute genius. All these things. So you break all of the rules of the system to create this pocket of excellence and everything. Now, and if you want to do that, you have to basically keep things, keep things very small. You have to then get rid of a bureaucratic control because you have to allow the very best people. So this is kind of a problem. So, this is the problem. Sort of, you have the system at scale and it's managed through ideology, and we have this current ideology, and shifting it away from that ideology is going to be very, very challenging because you have all of these, primary years teachers who are not like, high watt ideologues themselves who are cooking this, stuff
they're
up.
Just true. They're just true believers. They just follow but they believe. I think a lot of them really.
They're right, and they're well-meaning. They want to do this, and so. For them, you probably take a whole generation of people to cycle through some new version of progress that doesn't include transgender ideology, and yet probably still keeps onto that sort of civil rights, forced egalitarian outcome. But we just dispense of this transgender stuff. We find something new to be, because you still have to keep progressing, right? So this is the challenge I have. So now, for example, probably your most successful oligarch at this would be somebody like George Soros.
Mm-hmm.
So how does George Soros do it? Well, he doesn't really do it through command and control, but what he does is he seeds the system across the system with money, right? So
Yes.
what he uses is money. So across the system, he gets people that are ideologically aligned across the system, and he gives them money. And a lot of these people know that if they want the money to come, they have to kind of color within a certain framework,
Yes,
right?
color within the lines. Yes, these are the
Color within the
rules.
lines.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
But at the same time, Soros knows that he's going to get unequal results across the system. But on the whole, all of this money that's seeded across the system, he can rely on it to continue to move it generally in the direction he wants. But he has no real direct command and control over what the people are doing. Right. So he's trusting on the power of the money combined with ideological alignment to move the system in the way that he wants. But it's very glacial. Like, I mean, how many years did it take him to do all this stuff with, say, funding attorneys in the US, right? You're looking at still like 20 years.
Decades. Yeah.
Yeah, decades to make those changes. So the idea that a handful of oligarchs could just simply pull a switch and put the woke away is now to a certain degree in the areas that they control. It's like you could have guys that say, hey, we got to shut this messaging down. And the messaging can get shut down because you have a certain degree of command and control. Like you talk about it, sort of the newsroom at NBC, the newsroom at CNN. And you can say, guys, let's just get this off the air. Boom, done. Order issued and it's all good. It's gone. Right. But that doesn't mean, okay, so you're not talking about it anymore.
Right.
And in one sense, AA is right. The woke has been kind of put away. But at the same time, you need the woke across the whole system to make the system work as an ideological whole, right? So in a sense, you really can't. It's going to take you a generation to put the woke away if you really are serious about putting the woke away in that regard. And you have to have an alternative for it, which they don't right now. I don't believe.
Yes, this is actually what I wanted to get to with it was exactly that is so one I think AA has intimated this more or less is that and I certainly what Scrump's I believe take on it is, which is that the woke is being put away insofar as it will be replaced with the new issue du jour. But all of the power that was, gathered by the state under the woke hegemony or whatever you want to call it will remain in place. And I think a really good sort of analogy or something to compare it to is the post 9/11 war on terror things that got put into place. All of these personal freedoms. All the Patriot Act sort of stuff. We were told, of course, it's not the first time. It's just one that I think most people in the audience probably have lived through. Of course, this has happened many, many times throughout history. We'll put in all of these. We just need these little protections just for now. We just need this for now, and then it'll go away later, or something. In the case with the woke, they will have gathered all of this power. And then they'll say, oh, well, now we're moving on to some other issue. It's not woke anymore. My guess is it's going to be environmentalism, but I'm not really sure because those two things become a little bit mingled with each other. I mean, apparently it might be World War III. I'm not really sure. But
they have been trying. They have been trying stuff out, though, right? Like
yes.
The Greens. The problem is that they're
A/B testing it. Yeah.
Is the Greens in Germany are failing. This is like why the AfD is on the rise is because neither of the two sort of major, the centrists or the Greens, have any idea of how to fix the problems that people are facing in their lives on the ground. Well, and that's really in a sense where the rubber hits the road. But the problem is you have, and this is, it's not just in a sense politics, but it's the whole problem of managing the West at scale. And it's not just a matter of, changing politics or changing, policies or whatever, but it's a matter of keeping the whole technological system going. Like people don't really think about the fact that the reason why you can buy cheap goods and you can order stuff on Alibaba and have it here in 2 weeks is because the United States of America maintains several carrier groups and they keep the seas free from pirates, right? So these types of kind of hard realities are the things that, that's the kind of stuff that will probably end up changing is, and that's really, if something is going to put the woke away, it'll be hard. Now, those hard realities are likely the kinds of things where you get into like, Schmittian states of ascension, in
Yes.
which case, putting the woke away are probably not your biggest priorities. The woke will just disappear because you have bigger problems.
If it's World War III, that or something, which
Or
I
the
don't.
collapse of the system, these types of
Yes.
things.
Uh,
But if you
any of
want to
the.
keep the system,
Mhm.
in many ways right now, if you want to keep the system and you want to keep your way of life more or less the way it is for now, you need the woke to stay in place. Because
Yes.
if you don't have
The
an
fundamental
alternative to
structures.
it,
Yes.
it it's the system just can't simply cannot operate from top to bottom and across at its entire breadth. And this is one of the reasons why you
Mhm.
see people having gay pride parades in like Hungary and in Taiwan and like in just bizarre places where you think like, why are they having gay pride or like Black Lives Matter?
In the middle of
Yes.
London.
Yeah, or like
Yeah.
Well, at least
like on the
there's some
streets of
blacks in
Tokyo or
London,
something, right? They're
but
doing
not in
Black
Tokyo.
Lives Matter.
Right? Yeah.
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 I don't know if they do it in Tokyo, but but
There was
that
one. There was one. What
so,
I think.
yeah,
Yeah.
There was a
A couple
BLM in
years ago.
Tokyo?
I think it was a couple years ago. There was a BLM thing or something. Yeah, it wasn't
Yeah,
a lot of
God,
people, but it
Japan,
was
what's
like
wrong with you?
50 of them went. Well, it's not Japan's problem. Again, it's
it's
these
it's
small
not
group. Yeah.
surprising though. But
Yeah.
that goes to show you that the technological system requires an adaptation to, like, I mean, the fact that all of these countries like Japan and China and all this run the basic software of the technological society means that they're already basically have become to some degree or another Americanized, even the Chinese.
Yes. Yeah. The whole world has become Americanized, and it's
Yeah,
astonishing
or
to see. Like
westernized, you might say. But yeah,
West. I
Yeah.
would say
I would say more Americanized.
Americanized actually very specifically. Like in the UK right now, of course, we're dealing with the well, not dealing with is probably not the right. Yeah, I agree. It's Americanized. All of this woke stuff or whatever it is has been totally imported to the UK where it makes no sense. Just like as it makes no sense in Hungary or makes no sense in Japan.
Or
The
anywhere else for
Black
that
Lives
matter.
Matter, it's transgender stuff. None of this actually applies outside of America. Really, that is festering ground. That's the swamp from
I
which
would
it
even go so
birthed.
far as to say outside of California.
Sure, as its initial
There may be
uh,
some, more liberal parts.
impact. Crater zone. But we're seeing this right now. Obviously, there is unrest. Like the farmer protests that are happening right now in the UK are very interesting. Clearly, things. I think the winds are changing. Not in terms of again the actual power structures that underlie it, but this woke stuff. And I have so many clips and videos and articles if you want to go through them that I pulled up today of all of these different politicians coming out now saying, "Oh, actually, no, where we failed, the reason the Democrats lost is because of the woke stuff." I was a little bit shocked at how quickly they pivoted and how accurate AA's predictions seemed to be. But again,
yeah.
I think I agree with you that it's somewhere between AA's and Oren's. It's probably a
That's right.
mix of
It's and
both.
I think both of them kind of, the bet has sort of, I think, long been
Hmm.
transcended. It was fun, but as you get into it though, so yeah, so it's a little bit of both, right? And
Hmm.
they're both in some sense correct, and but to put it together, I think you really need to um, embrace, and you have to have an understanding that embraces both the true things that AA is saying about the system and the true things that Oron is saying about the
Mm.
system. And your sense and understanding of how things operate has to be able to compensate for both of those realities. So the rational players are there,
Hmm.
but they cannot, you cannot through direct command and control operate a system like the global economy or the global political reality at scale without administrative systems. And for that, you need ideological harmony. And that's
Yep.
basically Oren's point. And this is sort of where, I agree with, because of my reading of Ellul and the Technological
Hmm.
Society, is that until that problem of the technological society gets dealt with, you, in some sense, as we say, you need wokeness or something like
You
it
need a
to
harmonizing
make the whole
ideology.
systems. That's right. You need a
Yeah.
harmonized, but it has to be a harmonizing progressive ideology, that the system has to still be seen as moving forward towards a
Yes.
better future, right? And so you have to be able to capture the imaginations of people. it's one thing to say, oh, we went too far, but okay, so you've gone too far, but have they really stopped believing that this is a sense of something just and right,
For the true
and
believers, I
that this
doubt.
represents,
No.
the step forward? And I'm not sure that that's actually the case. I think people still believe that, transgender rights represent a step forward. It's just, well, people are afraid of it now. We've got to just respect, you know what I mean? People have other concerns, and we've got to not push this so much, right?
Yeah,
And that's a very different
yeah.
thing from putting it away
It
entirely.
is. But I think that's well said, and I think that probably is the correct way, and that's how I've been trying to sort of navigate this a little bit too.
Yeah,
Only in that saying that it's not that woke is not going away in that it's going to disappear, which I think is actually I think. Now I'm not trying to be solipsistic. I'm not inside Dr. Parvini's head, but I think that is what he means as well. Is that it's not that it's just going away overnight. It's not going to be put into the put to bed and forgot about. But that the overt woke, sort of the overt structures are going
The
away.
in your
Again, you
faceness,
need
will
you
die
need
down.
and the underlying power structure that will remain in place. And I am seeing that with the way that they're talking about it. And it for the more conservative people who have fought against this, it will seem as if it's capitulation and in a good way of now we can come to the table again. Now we can talk. We can be you're being reasonable. Of course, nothing has been ceded. No ground has been lost. It's
exactly. And
just,
that's in a sense
you know,
Oren's point, and that's where
mhm.
Oren is correct. And so there's the same, and this is the kind of thing of like, oh, now it's safe for Republicans to be pro-trans. And
Oh
that's kind
God,
of
please tell me
right. And
that's
that's
not the
almost
lesson we
kind of
live
the
from
where
it.
they,
Yeah.
right. And that's almost kind of where you go now, is because, well, we're not doing it in your face. So it's okay for us to not, like, for conservatives to now be transgender, right?
You know what's
Or
the most
pro
annoying thing that
transgender.
I saw during this whole thing? There's a picture a while ago. It was Tulsi, Trump, RFK, and Musk, and it said all of these people were once Democrats. And in my head, I'm thinking,
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
I'm guarantee I'm one of the few people who will look at this and go, that just means the entire Overton window shifted left.
Well,
But
That's all that means.
well, and like I said, I tweeted on that picture, and
hmm.
I basically said, this is a good time to remind you of two core truths: is that there is no such thing as a conservative within the technological society, or in America specifically. And second, a disaffected liberal is not the same thing as a conservative,
No.
right? So,
Yes.
conservatism has basically been outlawed. Like, real conservatives are people like Tolkien,
Sure. Yes.
or you
Pastoralists.
know, or
Mika
Ernst Junger.
Chesterton.
Yeah. Younger.
Yeah, like,
The
even
problem is that you brought this up earlier. Just sorry to interview real quick, but I think
no,
to iterate what you're saying is that why the progressives or why progressivism, why it has a goal. There's a goal in mind, even if it's an absurdist,
mhm.
ridiculous, fantastical goal. Whereas conservatism is trying to go to preserve the things that already exist or go backwards to the past. And in terms of what inspires people and gets them motivated to act, I think that it's obviously a progressive message, some move toward that motivates people, and it will be that same way for the quote unquote conservatives, just as it is for the progressives.
I think in some ways, if you're looking for, I mean, this is one of the things that Del Noce argues, is that actually progressives are your true conservatives, because one way of defining conservative is
Hmm.
those who hold positions of power, who want the current status quo of the power arrangements to remain the same, right? So
Hmm.
the current progressives undermine the older traditional society to ascend to power. But now that they're in a position of power, we still think of them as, radicals, but really they use radicalism directed against the traditionalist so as to conserve their own
Ah,
power,
exactly. Yeah.
That's
Well
the
right?
said.
So there's a
Exactly.
humane,
there's
practical
kind of an
sense.
inversion there.
Hmm.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
and when you look at it, even Mustache Man himself was, I mean, when you look at kind of the way things are, was technically a progressive. It was a technological enterprise, but what were they really looking for? They were seeing, a progressive future for the German people, in which they expanded the amount of breathing room that they had, so that the German people could ascend to their natural place as the
Yes.
pinnacle of humanity, and could then reign for 1,000 years. You're talking about like biblical millennium, right?
Well, you will
So you
definitely
have
like
this
liberty
kind.
or equality. because
Yeah,
this
and so
point is
you're
actually mentioned there.
Hmm.
yeah, and this is the idea is that there's three great progressive, sort of post-Nietzschean utopian positions, and one of them is fascism, one of them is communism, and the other communism/socialism, and the other is liberalism. And all three are utopian
Yes.
utopian ideas. And so true, we might call it conservatism, really would and this is where I come from, fundamentally disagrees with the idea that human progress is even a thing. It's
Yeah.
just it's an illusion,
Yeah.
right?
Spear and
Based
I think
on
largely agree.
like technological sophistication. Because you have to define what does progress mean. Does having more money mean progress? Does technological sophistication mean more progress? Right? In the old way, I mean, this is really the transfer from the older hierarchical world of the Middle Ages into the modern world, was this shifting. And this is something that Marcia Eliade notes in The Myth of the Eternal Return, is that in transferring to the sort of the modern frame as the merchant classes rose, what they did is you get this move in some ways almost like from Plato to Heidegger, where before this, everything you're basically a Christian people, you're waiting for Christ to return, you realize that sin is going to remain. So what is, if you had to call progress, what would progress be? Well, it would be progress up the chain of being towards God, to greater godliness, right? And to evidencing
Sure.
greater godliness in your life. But then, and I wish that now this is something that you read or you hear in a class from like 25, 30 years ago, and I wish I had a source for it. But this idea that Christ didn't return at the year of the end of 1000. And if you read your Spengler, when does Spengler say that the West really takes off? Is around the year 1000. And what happens in the change in the growth of the West thing is that no longer are you looking vertically, but the shift to humanism, you
Yes.
shift away
Yes.
from this vertical ascension towards history and the realization of utopia within the realm of history. And so who becomes, in the older way, who was the central actor? Where it was God. God was doing it. It was God's salvation. Now, and you Christianize the whole thing. You say, well, we as human beings become the central actors in history. But what, at first at least, what we're doing is we're helping God to realize salvation here on earth. So we are his ambassadors for salvation. We're immanentizing the eschaton, right? And that's that sense of, and so you have these shifts, and this is really when you get into like the 1800s, the early 1900s, with the idea of social gospel, is that people really believed, and this is when you're on the upscale or the ascendancy of the West and Western prosperity. And they already saw this in Europe with the Christian Democrat parties and so forth. So the idea is you take all this excess that's in society, and we're going to take reason and science and our ingenuity, and we're going to apply the blessings that God has given us through the modern world. We've used our skills, the gifts that God has given us, we've applied them to the world, and look at how we've been rewarded by God. And now it's our obligation to use these gifts to eliminate all of the problems that we face, whether it's poverty or war or environmental degradation.
Right.
We can solve them all.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Well, and now you've, in a sense, though, you've historicized the gospel, and then you lose that vertical connection. So you no longer have that ascendancy to God. So you don't necessarily have to even be connected to God, but you have the ideas operating within society and realizing themselves in history. And eventually, as people's devotion kind of peters out, the God language is still there. They're still trying to utopianize, and it secularizes over time because it's no longer connected to that vertical reality. It has all the same language,
right?
But at the same time now it's historical. And then so you end up where it just the West in some ways is almost like a breaking free from the shackles of Christianity in a sense.
It is.
But in order to do so, that it has to Christianize history at first in order to make that happen, and then slowly just begins to shed the Christian shell that gave birth to it, until you end up with the kind of nihilism, the post-Nietzschean nihilism that we're in now.
Which is
right?
exactly
eating the fruit in the Garden of Eden.
replacing of God with the individual, with the self. Because now, as you said,
And
like
with
originally,
ideology.
Yes, and originally this comes from God. What do you do these things because it is coming down from the hierarchy from God, and then again, as you said, it got replaced to the point where it became, well, we are now sort of the shepherds, so we'll make the decision. We know best,
Yes.
or I know best as the individual. Exactly. That,
Or
yeah,
God is
excellent.
working through us,
Right.
even
Yes.
more lofty than
Yeah.
that, right? So, and so that this is, and you have to be very careful because a lot of these folks at the time were very, very well-meaning. Like they were
Yeah.
very
Sure.
sincere about what they were doing. But now that we're here in 2024, we can look back with a jaundiced eye and say, like, all right, guys, I see where you were going with this, but
You've lost the plot.
unfortunately, we have to live with the downstream effects of that now, right? And so we're at this kind of crossroads now where the technological, because really there this is one of the things that the technological society, it only really allows technological solutions. Like you're not even allowed to say, because the thing is, like in this kind of Rousseauian world out there, if we're born kind of blank slates and the problems are all
Yes.
out there in the system, I bear no personal responsibility for what's going on, right? What we need to do is we need to fix the system. And if we engineer the system, me as a good person, I will be able to thrive, right? Whereas the older version says that no, the problem isn't the system. The system, it's never going to be fixed. The problem
Yes.
is that you are fundamentally flawed because of you were born sinful. And this is the thing about progress is that you
Mm-hmm.
guess what? Your children are going to be born just as flawed as you are. Now, the funny thing, and here's the thing is that
Mm.
if you live as a godly people, right, you can evidence, because like nobody wants to do religion if it has zero effect on your life. So you recognize that as we ascend the ladder of being towards God, as we make that ascension, we become better people. We better reveal who we are in Christ. And as we as a society all better reveal who we are in Christ, the side effect, the side benefit is that society gets better. So Christian societies look better relative to their pagan counterparts, in part because we're doing the work from generation, but you have to keep doing that work generation after generation after generation of your children have to be discipled into, hey guys, if you want to keep this working, you have to dedicate yourself to ascending the ladder of being and living a virtuous life, revealing Christ and who you are. Because as soon as you take your foot off the gas in that sense,
You need to
you'll
pass down the
discover
software
very
code,
quickly
basically.
that you're just as broken as your grandfathers were when they were broken is
Sure.
actually terrible, but you're just as flawed and sinful as your grandparents and
Flawed.
your great grandparents were.
Well, that's a very important point that we really have lost in modernity, and maybe that is by intent,
Design.
which
Yeah.
is that uh, we see this all the time now. The idea of original sin rubs a lot of people the wrong way because it gives this implication that I didn't do anything. Why am I inherently sinful? Well, it's not that.
I'm a good person.
Yes, I'm a good
Yeah.
person, but the reality is that people have to
You're
learn
not.
to be good. People have to learn. It is all learned behavior. Animals are neither good nor evil. They just exist as they are. Humans have been
What?
given this higher sensibility, and therefore we have to learn how to be good. You start out in a basic sort of animalistic
Well, and
state,
that's the
necessarily not
educational
good or
thing with Rousseau, right?
evil.
That's
Yes,
the
yes,
educate.
yes.
It's educate, right? So you educate people into being better.
Right.
And this is again
Their
too,
job
because you
is,
can imagine
yes, is through
It's
education
propagandize.
rather than through.
propagandize a
Yeah.
technical system. We would fix all of the structures and systems. But imagine, say, like a few years ago, COVID hits, right? And it's deemed to be terrible. Now, let's say we step outside because all of our the quote unquote solutions were all technical solutions. That every last one of them was technical. But imagine if our leaders had got together in an older religious frame and said, "This
Mm-hmm.
is God's judgment upon us. We have been wicked. We need to repent." Right? When
Yeah.
was the last time you heard anyone say that the problem is that we have built this grand edifices of the technological and the market society, and we have reveled in the wealth and the power that it's created. The maybe what we need to do, maybe the things that we're experiencing now is God's message of saying that we need to repent of what we've done of the technology. See, and this is one of the things that the technological society, and you can always tell when you're dealing with people, even like Christian folk who are still within the mindset of the technological society, is that they believe that there's a possibility that we can fix all of the ills of the technological society while keeping all of the benefits. And this is one of the fundamental
Yeah.
insights that Elul has, is our general frame of technology is sort of, it's either, some people will say it's either all good, or some people say it's all bad. But the biggest groups say, well, no, technology is neutral. It's how you use it that's the decisive thing. And Alul argues that no, technology does not care. It will have benefits and it will have costs, harms, maybe even evils that come with it. Now, the costs might be minor things that, well, in order to affect this change, we have to hire thousands of bureaucrats who's going to make the system less efficient, and it's going to but that's a cost, right, to the benefit. But Alul argues is that the costs come with the benefits. So there is never, and this is the myth of progress and technological progress, you never get to a point, because if you say, hey, let's fix all of the problems with another round of technological solutions, those technological solutions will also come with both benefits and ills. And generally the benefits are front-loaded and the ills get realized later after the benefits have been accrued. So
no solutions, only trade-offs.
That's right. And so the trade-offs come down the road. And so what's happening is that the trade-offs are piling up faster than you can actually fix them now. But and this is the thing about the technological society, is you never actually, it's not even possible for you to arrive at utopia. You just can't get there, because there's always trade-offs, there's always ills, there's always a cost for the benefits.
Well, utopia is inherently impossible. That's, I mean, the meaning of the word. Right.
That's right. Yeah. And so this is the thing really where, and so this is really the thing that our society is almost incapable of doing, because really we're only allowed and permitted one solution, which is a technical solution. We're not allowed to say, maybe we need to repent of the technological solution.
You think it's because the people who control the organs will not let such a mechanism be allowed?
No, because I believe that we, at the heart of every great society, is a religious impulse.
Yes.
And our religious impulse is the belief in human progress. Our right. And so our core religion is human progress. And so in many ways, even for many of us who are Christians, we would have to convert from human progress to Christianity.
I think you're absolutely correct on that. And it's particularly the case in North America, I would say, is that you have these, in the United States most predominantly, but Canada to an extent as well, these countries that are divorced from their lineage, from any sort of historical background, from any sort of theological background, very much removed by an ocean. And so what, of course, they replaced it with was this idea of progress, which became, of course, liberal progress. And I don't know what you replace that with, except for, like, as you said, which is to totally divest the self of these ideas. And the problem with that is that, as you also said, people were very comfortable with so many of the things that scientific and social progress, such as it were, have granted them. So to kind of, advocate for return to Shire or what have you,
which is Tolkien's solution.
Yes, is
that
going to be
right?
Sure. It's going to be a difficult sell for people, because it is going to mean I wouldn't, as much as I agree, I wouldn't want to give up living in my comfortable, warm home to go and I mean, we do have a farm here, but like to go work on the farm, and it's very difficult to get people to convince people to give up the creature comforts, because of course.
Well, and this is the point that Alul makes in propaganda, is that propaganda is we tend to think of propaganda as trying to brainwash people into believing things that they don't want to believe. But whereas propaganda is like, once you've broken down all the natural bonds to create the technological system, you need propaganda as a function of the system to keep it moving. So in this regard, propaganda as a technical creation has to be progressive in its fundamental messaging, which is why anti-progressive messaging, in a sense, well, you need to sacrifice, you need to, pursue the virtues, you need a life of austerity and hardship. None of these messages sell. You need to give up your health care, and that's one of the big things, like, oh, so you want to basically just shut down all the hospitals and then so people don't have, what kind of monster are you, right? These are the kind of pushbacks you get right away when you challenge the idea of that maybe the fundamental ideology that underlies the technological society is flawed. Now, we're not getting rid of technology because we have the knowledge. It's like like Adam and Eve in the garden, right? We've tasted from the fruit of the knowledge of good and evil, so we can't put that away, right? So you have to, and this is the challenge, is that technological power is always there. Somebody in a world of sin and evil is always going to harness it. So you have to be able to prepare to resist them with technology. But you have to do so in a way that doesn't dehumanize you and doesn't rob you of your fundamental humanity and doesn't subordinate you to the technological mindset, which is what we are right now. So there's a whole bunch of work that has to be done for us civilizationally that we don't want to do, but is necessary for us to do, because doing that work, I think people fundamentally know that it means giving up their way of life and their standard of living, and they're quite comfortable with that. And this is something that, like, say, an author like Carl Schmitt talked about. And the reason why people don't attack the system is because they're too comfortable within the system.
Yeah, exactly. And it's I think an impossible sell, because
absolutely impossible sell.
Whatever your theological belief is, humans are still base animals, right? In that we want to fulfill some very basic goals, in terms of being comfortable, having food, having protection, safety. It's what is a Maslow's hierarchy, which is sort of debunked, but the sort of Maslow's hierarchy, people want these basic things to be met, these basic requirements to be met. But the more you go up, the more comfortable you become with all of the higher levels of that hierarchy. And then it's really hard to ask people to step down from them, to say,
well,
I don't know how you would get people to do. I don't know if it could be done voluntarily. I think it might.
It could be that it's forced. But one of the things
yeah.
that you have to start doing is showing people, and this is really because one of the accumulated problems is the fundamental alienation, not just between each other, but between us and God. Because the technological system and technical ways of thinking alienate us from spiritual ways of thinking and being able to connect with God. This is, in a sense, Ian McGilchrist's basic thesis, right? Is that the technological society is unbalanced. Now, he doesn't say it because he's a humanist in that regard, but more or less that if you push the technological society and rationalism to its limits, you basically become almost like schizophrenic. You create a mental break and you just become unhealthy.
Yes.
But from a spiritual perspective, so you're alienated from God, you're alienated from each other, and you're even in many ways alienated from yourself, from your own work. So there is a real opportunity for believers, if they're willing, and Christian, because largely this problem is a problem of Christianity. It's not a problem of Islam or Buddhism or Hinduism, but it's a problem of Christianity. And so there's a real opportunity for Christians to embrace these virtues that the rest of main society won't, and so to use the religious levers, get away from the big mega church type of stuff, to go back to a life that's maybe a little bit more austere, a little bit more technical. Not to say you have to become Mennonites, because the problem with the Mennonites is that they basically rely on the sufferance of American violence to allow them the space for their way of life, right? So there's all of those questions as well too, right? But in this, it creates a great opportunity for people that when they find the church communities to say, like, oh, this is everything I've been missing in life. And that creates a kind of receptivity to say, well, you can't instrumentalize your way to this. It's not a 5-step plan or 7, Stephen Covey's 7 steps for non-alienation or whatever. But if you're willing to believe and commit yourself to this way of life, we can help walk you through to a point where you can rediscover God, rediscover yourself, and fill your relationships more with meaning between you and your neighbors. All the things that you are missing right now and are making you completely crazy. Like, you don't have to be on SSRIs.
Yes.
You can just have friends and fellow believers, and you can be close to God. And you don't have to be fundamentally alienated from yourself. And we can help with that here in the church. And that's kind of what we do as a community. Right. And so, I think that plays, but it's a difference. Right now, there's things of like, how do you Christianize societies? Well, that's generally kind of a top-down thing, more or less. But on a local sort of, person-to-person level, I think there's a real opportunity for Christians to cultivate something that can be ready for when things break up enough that there's a hunger for, like, help us when people are really ready to listen. Let's put it that way.
It is appeared to be happening. A friend of the show, Yiz, the eunuch, she talks about this community building stuff a lot. Also, there's groups like Basket Weavers in the UK that focus specifically on this kind of issue of just forming community. Because I think that, barring essentially nuclear apocalypse, it's going to be really hard to convince people to, even with community, to convince people to give up the technological. I don't.
Yeah, or even not to give it up, just even to repurpose their or
Sure.
reorient their relationship
Right.
to it. Like using
Yes.
something as simple as that, to subordinate it rather than be subordinate to it. And I admit that I'm subordinate to my technology. I'm like, I'm as guilty as the next guy, right? So
exactly.
We're
So
YouTubers, so yeah, we can
right. Well, we're
yeah.
I'm in Guernsey. Spoon is in Ireland. You're somewhere in Are you in Canada or the U.S.? I couldn't
Canada.
remember. Yeah, I
Yeah,
thought
in
so.
Canada.
Thought you said so. So
My
there is no
condolences.
way that we could have been able to
Yeah.
facilitate this sort of communication outside of, well, the presence of the
Internet, yeah.
technology, which I think that some people in the chat, I'm just seeing a little bit, are hitting back on of sort of like how could we possibly ask people to return to Tolkien or whatever it were, return to Shire, when we ourselves are guilty of the same
Folly,
use
yeah.
of the technology. So I don't really know what the answer is to that, other than what I think the best thing to do and what I see people around me doing. Again, the guys talked about, Yiz is doing it, Basket Weavers in the UK. There are a lot of people doing this all over the world, which is just trying to form small communities. Get to know your neighbor. That would be my advice. Get to know your neighbors, get to know the people around you, and try to engage in that sort of community instead of this global community stuff, which is fine as well for exchanging ideas, but that there is a value in at least being able to have some localized, real, interpersonal connection.
Kruptos, have
Well,
you
and
spoken to
this
a guy
is-
called Stephen Baskerville by any chance?
No, I haven't.
You should
No.
really look him up because I think you two would really get along.
Even Baskerville. Okay,
Yes.
I just
What? Sorry, you cut.
Yeah, he was he was interviewed by Benjamin Boyce a couple of weeks ago. I'm the one who told him to get on to Benjamin Boyce and contact him, and it was a really cool discussion. And they actually speak about the role of the church and sort of the old ways. He's very much focused on Aiden's field, which is sort of more male dominated, but specifically with the role of marriage in the church and sort of the old society and community building and how to get that back up and running again. So I feel like you guys would have a good conversation with regards to that.
Yeah, and this is the problem that we face, though, right? Is that with each layer of technology. So, and this is one of the things that Walter Ong in his book Orality and Literacy does very well. He notes the changes in consciousness that occur when you move from an oral culture that doesn't know writing at all to writing, and then when you move from writing to a print society, and then from print to the digital age. And one of the things that happens is that once you make that transition, in a sense, you can't go back. So you see this in Plato, right? Plato, you in a sense have to use the highest form of the technology of communication to critique the changes that have been made. So
Yes.
Plato then is forced to note the changes, how it's destroying memory and all the negative effects that writing is having on society, the death of the poets and all of this, right? But he has to do so using writing and the modes of abstract thinking that writing brings about. So
Yes.
philosophy is not really possible in the way that the Greeks do it without there first being writing. And then in a sense, the technological society that we have isn't possible without print. You need to have the printing press in order to create the changes necessary for the level of abstraction across society that creates a technological mindset within all people. So you have to have, it can't be just a few elites that go through that change like it did with Plato, but it has to be, writing has to be accessible enough to everybody across the society to create the kind of consciousness changes. A literate society is required to create a technological society. But at the same time now, go ahead.
Oh, this
I was just saying, so that
yeah, go ahead. You first.
Okay, so this is the kind of thing is now we've moved to sort of a global internet society. In order to critique the society, and like we're doing basically what Plato did. We're saying that the internet and global society is killing local communities, and the technological society did all of this, but we have to do so using all of these global technological tools. We can't go back in that sense. And so we're kind of trapped in an environment where we recognize that what needs to be done, but in some ways we can't get there because we're in this way. And this is what you're trapped in the technological environment that you're in that regard. So our task ahead of us is very, very difficult.
Yeah, you have to show how bad the drugs are, essentially using the drugs.
Yeah, it's interesting. I found all of that very interesting because Spoon mentioned that this is my research or my field or something to that extent. I'm a communication scholar, so I actually spent my entire academic career before I left academia studying communication specifically. And I think one of the things that you sort of touched on there is related to the Sapir-Whorf hypothesis. I'm not sure if you're familiar, but it's the idea
what Whorf hypothesis?
Sapir, SAPIR.
Oh, yeah, okay, yeah.
Sapir-Whorf. And that's the idea that the existence of language in and of itself and how our language operates, whether it's subject, object, verb, or verb, object, subject, whatever it is, and then also could include language, changes the very way that people think. And the fact that everything now is, everything is in text, and it has been for the last 1,000 or so years. Again, go back to Plato and Socrates, specifically to Socrates. That, of course, is oral history. Everyone had to remember these things, these lectures that were being given. And now instead of having to remember them, well, we can read them, and we go from that onto the modern age where everything is in our pockets and a little handy phone to look it up instantaneously.
Well, even the issue here, we talk about the preservation of culture, right? So in an oral culture where all the great stories are formed in this oral culture. They're formed there's a whole bunch of things that happen in the mind in terms of, how to epic poems. Like Homer was probably sung in one sitting and written. Like it was an oral poem that was later written down.
Yes.
Right. So you look at how long that is, but that would have been done maybe in multiple settings, but that was composed on the fly in a live situation. But in these types of situations, that what happens, if something isn't remembered, it just simply ceases to exist. So your whole culture has to be constantly remembered and retold and retold and retold. And so this is that sense of remaining in sort of the old stories. As soon as you can put them down in print, you become detached from them. And now you don't have to remember them anymore. But what can you do then now once the story is down there? Well, you can analyze the story as something separate from yourself, right? So in a sense, you begin just by writing the story down, you begin the process where you lead to critical analysis.
Well, and now it's your version too.
But you're also not generating the stories anew the way that you would have beforehand in the oral stories, the way that the stories were composed by the oral poets.
And certainly so every poet would have had their own spin. They would have had their own way of telling it, which would have been probably mostly the same thing. But
even when they would say that it was done from memory, every telling would be slightly different.
Right.
Right. And they can prove this from people from literate cultures going and say recording the tellings from those who are illiterate or oral cultures themselves. So there's all these kind of changes, like other little interesting, fascinating ideas too, like in a sense of the Hebrew culture had a very literate culture, roughly around the same time that the King David, 900 BC, Homer, 800 BC, right? So they're roughly in the same era. And you ask yourself, well, okay, what for as smart as the Hebrews were, they had all the scriptures and everything, they had writing. Why didn't they develop analytical philosophy the way that the Greeks do? Well, Ong argues it's partly the function of the way that the writing happened. The Greeks had vowels that you wrote down, whereas the Hebrews didn't have vowels. And so you had to always remember which vowels get used with which consonants. So you have your 3 consonant groups. So the Hebrew script, the Hebrew writings in the Hebrew Bible retain more orality than the Greek system of writing with consonants and vowels, because then you can allow that full separation of the words from your memory. You can put them out and you don't have to remember, you don't have to have that sort of residual memory of which vowels go with which consonants on the written page. which I think
That's
is a fascinating argument. And it makes a lot of sense as why when you read Hebrew, it's very grounded, very earthy, not very abstracted. We tend to abstract it somewhat in the translations, but when you read it actually in Hebrew, it's very, very early. It doesn't say that God got angry. You would say God got red in the face, right? The face of God was red, or
right.
God's face burned, right? These types of translations. So it's a very descriptive, very grounded, very earthy. And then, but the Greeks at the same time were doing their abstract philosophy. And this is not to say that the Hebrew understanding of God was maybe say any less sophisticated than the Greeks was. It just wasn't as abstracted and conceptualized as the Greeks' understanding of their basic, religious framework.
Wow, yeah. Again, as someone who's always studied communication, I'd not thought of it that way, which is extremely
Yeah.
fascinating. My question to you would be about that. My immediate question is, would you think then about the pictographic language, say Chinese, where
Well,
the
yeah.
I mean
Chinese is, yeah, that it retain would.
interesting
My
question.
guess is that it would retain a fair degree of orality, in that it doesn't lend itself to the same level of abstraction, because you have, especially
Yeah.
if the older type with all of the different consonant, or like all the different pictographs for the various words. That's why I think as it entered the modern era, they simplified Chinese down to just sort of a basic alphabet.
What sort of so I speak and read and write Japanese, and Japanese does use a lot of the Chinese characters, but it's an even more simplified version of simplified Chinese in the modern form. So
Yeah.
I never really got that from learning Japanese, although it can be interesting when you look at a character. It is a kanji character is what we call it in Japanese, the pictogram. It can have a bunch of other meanings dependent on its context around the things that surround it in the sentence or in the structure, and you can actually be very it's the same thing where it got red in the face that or got not this kind of descriptive language. It's similar with the pictograms where it you can actually see sometimes in the kanji or in the character an image. So for example, the symbol for month is the symbol of a rice field. It's just a simplified version of a rice field to signify the passing of time.
Farmers, no doubt.
Right, of course, because
Well,
it's yeah, it's pictographic.
yeah, that would retain that sense of
Hmm.
primary orality, and that would also maybe be a reason why there isn't a long tradition of Greek analytic philosophy or Chinese analytic philosophy. That really philosophy,
Interesting.
as we know it, is a Western thing,
Yeah, it's
because of the
yeah.
development of writing, orality, and then the printing press, in the way like our alphabet lending itself to the printing press, and then the proliferation of print across society. Creates in many ways the fundamental changes in consciousness that allows the technological society. So like you ask yourself, well, why didn't the Romans develop a technological society? Why didn't the Greeks do it? Right? The Greeks may have not developed it on purpose, because that Ong makes, or I mean, Alul makes that argument that they saw what it could be and they chose human excellence instead of techne, right? So they chose
Sure.
arete rather than techne.
Yeah.
And so that may have been a conscious choice for the Greeks, but why didn't the Romans, who were very technically proficient, why didn't the Romans develop the technological society? And it may just be simple that there wasn't across the society that clear technological intent, in a sense of a broad literacy across society, that then
Mm.
sparks the broader social change in consciousness.
Is your contention then somewhat that literacy in general is a net negative? Because it does sort of seem to be.
Well, it's a and this is the
I'm
thing you
not
have to be
necessarily
careful,
saying
because when
it's
you're being
wrong.
critical, and
Yeah.
this is the thing that Alul always gets criticized of being
Sure.
a black pill, right? So it's the thing of noticing, right? So
Yeah.
if I notice things about race, I'm a racist, right? So there's a sense Alul always had to fight the thing that, if I notice these things about technology and the technical systems, I'm anti-technology. And Alul just basically says, listen, he says, and I think I probably tip towards the pessimistic side at this point in history, but in a sense is you can't grapple with it unless you're willing to understand it properly. And the first thing to understanding something properly is getting rid of all of your illusions. And so if you can get rid of all of your
Mm-hmm.
illusions, that allows you to see things clearly. Now, the only way to do this, of course, is to be in an age where you benefit from print. Like, you can't even do this kind of analysis unless you're very literate, right? You have to go through the
Yeah.
changes in order, right? So I
Right.
can't analyze it. So that's the same thing of like, in order to criticize, the internet culture, you have to use the internet culture in
Oh.
order to do so. Right.
What's,
So
what's
this is the kind of
it's that meme of we should improve society somewhat, and yet you live in one. How very curious. It's right. It's that kind
Exactly.
of thing.
but it is the same thing too, right? You can't actually confront the problem of race until you're willing to talk honestly about it, right? And that's so there's all these. So,
Yep.
but this is kind of where we're at. You can't really confront the problems of technology without confronting it honestly. And that's to say, like, too, there is immense benefits that come with writing. I mean, we live with all of those benefits right now with the technological process, and we gain all of the benefits from our technological sophistication, but we also endure all of the costs as well too. And we've tried to elide the idea that there's all these trade-offs that come with things like writing and print and our cell phones and whatnot, and so I think that there before we can grapple with things, we have to dispense with the idea that all of this stuff around us is leading us to a kind of utopia, and that it's okay to grapple with the idea, like, what are the trade-offs of this? And this is one of the things Alul says about the technological system, is that it creates a kind of unreason. He says the one thing that we never do is say no. We just never say, like, well, that
Yes.
wasn't really all that good for us. Maybe, like we say, we never really actually put the woke away.
It's I brought up the Patriot Act earlier, but COVID is
Yeah.
exactly the same thing. Did that really go away? It didn't go away.
COVID was just a test run. It was a test run because that's the nature of the technological system.
Exactly.
Even if it was an utter failure, it's still a win for them because now they have data that they can use to improve the system.
Yes,
they can iterate the next system. All it does is make the next iteration better, more powerful, faster, bigger, more powerful.
Exactly.
It was a win. Even though it was an abysmal failure, it was still a win. And
And I always bring this up about this specifically. Yes, Spin and I have talked about that many times. We agree, I think, completely on that. But there was a really kind of fascinating, I believe it was, Spin, was it the Washington Post or was it it was some rag, who cares? Maybe it's the Atlantic, that wrote an article called "We Will Forget Much of the Pandemic. Here's why it's a good thing," or something to that extent. And that's a good thing, or something to that extent.
Atlantic, actually.
And it was they talked to some neuropsychologists about it, and they were right, which is that people are generally focused on the day to day. So these things just become ingrained into the back of your mind, and you forget about them you forget about them so far as that it is no longer present in your current everyday sort of workings. But the memories of what happened just become normalized. It's like, oh, that's just a thing that happens, so therefore it must be normal. Therefore, it's not happening to me right now if it's no longer affecting me. And then sort of looking back on it post facto, same as with the Patriot Act, just becomes, well, that's the way things are. And as things get worse, I asked the question to some friends of mine the other day, why do you still take your shoes off in an airport? There's no, but it's just, that's become ingrained, and it's how culture
people
changes.
Still do that
like
in America?
I still have to do it here in the UK.
Oh, okay.
You must not fly
enough. I fly all the time, so yeah.
Not lately, no. When was the last time I flew? I think 2 years ago.
It's flippant on whether or not you have to. It depends on the day, because again, it's
probably
all
where you're
pointless.
flying to.
Well, there's all the spray bottle thing too. Like, you have to be careful how big your deodorant is and that kind of stuff.
Right.
Oh yeah, the 75 and all that shit. Yeah.
But that's all just pointless. That's all just a humiliation ritual, just like the masks were. And yet,
I am constantly losing spray deodorant every time I fly.
And yet, you still see people wearing masks. You do still?
Yeah.
Do you guys still see them? Everyone? I don't see them here in.
I see people every once in a while wearing masks, but
I
spoke to my mother the other day, and she says she sees them all the time in Baltimore. My mother lives in Baltimore. She says she sees them all the time.
Really?
It's a leftist city.
It just depends on where you're going, but
right, yeah.
Guys, I'm going to have to head out very shortly.
Oh,
so I have to. Yeah, it's one of those things. I can't stay for the full 3 hours. I just have to. I have to head out.
Most of the time, neither can I. So.
Spoon usually falls asleep though and doesn't tell me he's leaving.
That's because I wake up at 6 a.m. in the morning and you go to sleep at 6 a.m.
I do not. Don't be silly.
Okay, 3:30, whatever.
I usually go to sleep right after you do.
That's a lie, and you know it.
It's not.
It totally is.
Kruptos, this was an amazing conversation. Thank you so much for joining us. I
had a lot of fun.
Learned a lot actually too. Wow, it was really awesome. I
can get you in contact with Dr. Voskabel, actually.
Yeah.
Yeah, and anytime you guys want to do this again, it was a delight. I had a lot of fun. So I still have to listen to your episode with Jay Burden, which I meant to do before coming on here, but I've just been busy. So
That'll
Like
just be
both of
my
us.
spurging out about social science, or both. Yeah, either one of
Yeah,
ours.
because both of us did an episode
oh,
recently.
I listened to your episode, Spoons. That was
Oh,
good.
yeah.
And then, but Aiden's I hadn't listened to that one yet.
I feel
There's
like
only
my
so
epi-
many hours in the day to do
Yeah.
to listen, right? So
I feel like with my
um,
episode of Burden, I feel like I can shit post with more because he usually does very heavy, intensive stuff, and with me he can be a bit more jokey and not
yeah,
be
there,
too
yeah, no,
serious.
there's the two sides of Jay Burden, which
Yeah.
is yeah, and he always
good
hates
guy.
it when you tell him, he's a talented young man with all kinds of promise, and just
He does
I
have
get to- I
a
get to-
lot of connections
Yeah.
to some very high up people that make me wonder, like, who do you know? Because like it's
he knows
really weird for me.
yeah, he knows a
yeah,
lot of people right now.
yeah, because
Yeah.
it's really weird to me that my name is next to fucking Larry Johnson. And I'm like, dude, that's just that blows my mind. Like, how do you talk to me and then you talk to like someone like was really head
Somebody
up in the
hooked him up.
CIA?
Yeah.
Yeah, like what the hell? That's just,
Yeah, well,
what?
I got to Carlo Lancelotti, who is the translator for Augusto Del Noce. He's on Twitter. He has like 50 people that he follows, right?
Mhm.
But one of the subscribers to my Substack knows him personally and said,
Oh,
"Hey, would you like me to connect you to Dr. Lancelotti and you could maybe interview him?" And I
love
thought,
you.
"Dude, can you do that?" And I'm like,
that's
because
awesome.
he keeps his circle very, very close, right?
Yeah.
Mhm.
And so he hooked me up. We did a show, and
Oh, awesome.
I have at least one guest that Jay hasn't managed to have on his show.
Oh, like friendly.
And I've only done
Fantastic.
25 episodes, right? So there we go. Yeah, but
Do you
I
have
have the
want
thing
to
that's-
plug, actually? Speaking of, do you have
yeah.
anything
So
you want to plug to the
okay,
audience?
before I head out too, like that's what I say. Like with like knowing somebody like Jay is like I have sons that are older than he is, so it's kind of fun. And that's the thing with the internet. It kind of flattens some of these things when you have talented young men that it just
He's a
allows their
very smart
talent to
chap.
shine.
It's
Yeah.
so cool. I think it's that
Yeah,
part
it
of
is
the
very
technology
cool.
is neat.
It is very neat. But
Yeah.
anyway, so I write at my Substack, which is seekingthehiddenthing.com. I post all of my videos and stuff to YouTube, which is also Seeking the Hidden Thing, because if you try to go Kruptos, it won't find it for some reason. And then if you want to look me up on Twitter, it's @_Kruptos. And
Can I make a
there you go.
suggestion
And-
for the YouTube channel?
yeah,
Lengthen the name to more
Seeking
than
the
just
Hidden Thing?
If you look up Kruptos,
He's seen that, but SEO is that it's easier to find people if they
Yeah,
have more
fine with
complicated
just
names.
Kruptos.
yeah, because for example, my name was originally just Spoon, and that was a headache to people to find because if you type in Spoon, you get all kinds of shite. Essentially.
Oh yeah.
And when I changed to
I think
aristocratic
Kruptos is a
utensil,
little bit more a little bit more
Yeah.
obscure than Spoon.
Yeah.
Just to be
Well,
fair.
no, but you'd be
That might be the
surprised
case.
like how many times like Kruptos comes up on different search things. But yeah, so it's funny if people like do Kruptos for YouTube, they can't find me. But if you do Seeking the Hidden Thing, you can find that, and there's a whole big long story about that name of Seeking the Hidden Thing. But it comes down to the whole wisdom tradition versus rationalism and that type of thing. But that's we could have another whole hour-long discussion about that as well too. So
Absolutely. Guys in the chat,
Yeah.
we are going to keep going ourselves. But thank you so much for joining us. Everybody,
you're very
please
welcome.
go follow Kruptos on
Mhm.
YouTube and on Twitter. And thank you so much for joining us. That was an amazing call. Amazing talk.
yeah,
Thank
very
you
good.
so much,
Again,
man.
thank you for having me. Yep. Bye-bye.
Cheers.
there
Bye-bye.
you go.
Boo
Ah.
Woon. That was awesome.
Yo,
Thank you
welcome.
for introducing me to his work. That was one of the most intellectually stimulating conversations I've had in a very long time.
Yeah, he's good people.
Heck yeah, that was awesome.
It's very bizarre how I know these people are significantly smarter than I am. It's kind of freaky to me, actually.
I mean, it's rare that not actually that rare, but it's been a while since I've spoken to someone where I've been like, oh man, this is why I'm afraid to talk to Curtis Yarvin too. But anyway, like, oh geez, I'm really dumb.
Yeah, these people are much more red than you are. I don't think I don't
Well,
really
he's
feel that way with
A bit older than us, And
Yeah, that would
so
also
we'll
be the
get
reason
there,
why.
dude. We'll get there, you know?
I don't think I would spend most of my days drinking whiskey and yelling at the rugby players on my television. I don't think I will ever be that high level academic.
Well,
mainly,
maybe someday.
I am
All we
mainly
can do is
just
hope, guys.
I am mainly just the person. If someone would ask me like, what is my greatest level of expertise, I would probably honestly say more rugby than I would say any kind of intellectual field, because like that's
social science.
Yeah, exactly.
Emphasis
But
communication,
that's
emphasis media psychology.
yeah. For me, it was sports because that's what I grew up with as a kid, and that's almost like the only thing that I came up with, sort of remembering from home. There's a reason why no one shit talks me when it comes to rugby, because my audience is mainly American and they can't even fucking spell rugby, let alone know what it is. That's also why I know no one can troll me.
Oh,
on it,
what is
no
it?
one knows
Man
anything
grab.
about it.
Yeah, man grab. Where you grab the man.
No, you peasant.
Anywho, let's
He's
switch.
ruined my sport.
You know what else I'm going to ruin this stream? By moving it from being a very interesting and intellectual
By shit
conversation
posting.
to shit posting.
Well, that is what we do here this week.
That is what we do here. I'm going to share my screen with you now.
By the way, someone told me to. Someone told. I think it was Lament that actually told me to watch a video, because Hard Bastard also watched it and he said it was really funny. With who was it? It was Jank and Lichtman, who was on with.
I got
Piers
it. I got it.
Morgan.
I've got it in the docket. Of course I do, Spoon.
Okay, sorry. I actually haven't seen all of it.
I think I am.
I saw like the first 10 minutes and my immediate reaction was, okay, how can I say that? You know the Norm clip where he says, this might seem kind of harsh, but I wish everyone in this story would die. You know that clip?
Oh, yes.
Yeah, that's immediately the first clip that came to mind. Because that's pretty much had relatives in the All Blacks, but I think most of the country has past decades of immigration. Oh god, yeah. Yeah, I saw him and Jank having a go at each other was pretty damn funny. Because
we'll get to that, but I figure that we should start. Let everybody now. We've had a very big high IQ conversation. I want you all. I'm gonna now drop all of your IQ points by like 100 by watching this AI generate video of Kamala Harris getting drunk. It's amazing. It's why I want to show it, but I have to it is a rap. It's got rap music on it, so I'm gonna find some copyright free shitty rap music. I hope this is good. I don't know. It's probably crap, but I can't play the music because it's copyrighted. So here we go. Do you have it up, by the way?
Face.
Do you have it up?
There we go.
You got Kamala over here?
I do. Yeah, she depresses me.
Alright.
I swing quicker than Federer.
Fucking dick.
So you can go kick rocks, I'ma stack bricks up, build what I want to make.
Why is she in London?
I got a lot of shit to say, so I'ma do this every day. I'll be writing things until I'm fucking buried in my grave. 6 feet deep under, but my body won't decay. Cause my messages are.
I don't know why she's in London, actually. I don't know why she's in England. But she's getting real drunk. Putin's there too.
I ain't the one to fuck with. Now they looking nervously, and I don't really care what you think of me respectfully. You can kick rocks if you think you're fucking better. See, I will outwork you, turn you to an enemy. Hurt you so bad that you gonna.
Is it Merkel or Clinton?
It's Clinton.
Fucking recipe. I've been cooking up hits. I'ma leave a legacy. You'll be looking small when you're standing right next to me. I'm 5'10", bitch, but I'm 10 feet. Cause I don't give a fuck what you say. Yeah, I'ma do shit my way. So you can go kick rocks. I'ma stack bricks up, build what I want to.
Eating chips, yeah.
Cause I don't give a fuck what you say. Yeah, I'ma do shit my way.
Look at his little face.
You can go kick rocks. I'ma stack bricks up, build what I want to make. Yeah, I'ma do it my way.
I got the lizard.
Work as the police. What the hell?
Oh no, free speech detected. This is amazing. AI.
It was also Destiny for a second.
Huh?
It was also Destiny for a second.
Oh, maybe.
I can't contain it, I'm coming out with a statement. You really changed, man, all your music and arrangement. You don't know shit, shut your mouth.
This is just so amazing.
That's Macron.
Yeah, Macron. Why is he hurting that snail? Oh, there's his wife. Boris.
Boris.
Bojo.
I don't know who that is.
check. He found a way to go and change, become an advocate. Protect control of your life, go out and battle it. You think you have a dream, then act on it. Get after it, get out your head and fucking capture it. You got one life to master it. Don't give up on your future. We all start losers. We're all late bloomers, gotta struggle through the sewer. What you say? Yeah, I'ma do shit my way. So you
Other
can go
androids,
kick
nice.
rocks, I'ma stack
Yeah,
bricks up, build
of course they are. They're NPCs.
Cause I don't give a fuck what you say.
Directed by the
Anyway, that was amazing. I saw that and I was like, whoa, I have to share it. Go check out the Door Brothers.
AI is getting
It's getting a little bit
really
out of
quite
hand.
Strong. Yeah.
However, I did enjoy that. I thought that was very fun.
The memes are going to get increasingly real.
Right, yeah.
One of these days, we're gonna have Trump saying the F slow.
I mean, you know he says it every day. In his
You think so?
Oh wait, that's from last week. Sorry, I haven't. Oops, because we didn't get to the 4B stuff last week. We got so much stuff. We're not gonna. I don't. We're gonna even get to it.
You do realize I can see all your shit, right?
Oh no, is it doing that again? Oh,
I
hang
don't
on.
know why you can't select
I don't.
the browser.
No, I don't do shit. It's fucking Discord.
No, it's not Discord.
Yes, it is.
It's not.
Okay, can you see just my Twitter feed now?
Yes.
It is Discord. Discord will sometimes just change the fucking feed. It does it all the fucking time.
I think it's only because of you, because I never had the problem, so it's definitely
Okay,
on you.
cool. It's not me.
It's-
So
God, women.
let's talk about Starmer versus the
Ovaries.
farmers, shall we? So
I've not really been paying attention to this. I just saw what was the one guy Hull who just said like farmers are hoarding land. Like no, they don't hoard land.
Yes,
they farm land. That's what they used to feed you. You stupid asshole.
yes, that's what was on. That was the banner behind Clarkson, which is that we're just trying to feed you. To give you guys who are not in the UK or who don't care, which I mean, understandable. What's happening here is that there has been a massive march of, I think, tens of thousands of people now, but certainly thousands of farmers on Westminster. Is it in Westminster specifically? It's just in London, or is it just generally in London? To protest the fact that basically what the UK government is trying to do is to make it so that you cannot pass your land onto your children if you're a farmer. You can't if you want to pass it on, they have to pay these enormous amounts of taxes. So you basically have to rebuy the land. Otherwise,
They
guess
basically
what?
want to
It
kill
goes
off
to
the
the
farmers.
government. Yes, they're trying to kill off the farmers to redistribute the land because they're a bunch of commies. But I mean, I don't know which one is best to start with here, honestly. With Clarkson, it certainly looks a lot like Holodomor 2.0. So I want to start with this one because this is the one that.
What are you talking? Oh yeah, this is the old one where I didn't have a mustache.
Yeah. Clarkson totally bodies this BBC journo, and I'm all
To
here
be
for
fair,
it.
that's not very hard.
No, it's not hard. It's a little bit more difficult than like a CNN or MSNBC loser, but this is beautiful.
So it's
Because of course Jeremy Clarkson is the one sort of leading this, and now everyone is saying Clarkson is going to be he's going to have to run for office. He's involving himself in politics too much. He's going to have to. He's become the figurehead of this movement. It will probably happen.
Everyone is sort of looking for a Trumpian UK
yes,
version.
in the UK.
Yes. Because no one has any
I'll tell you this, it's
balls.
not Farage.
No,
I didn't
Farage
even
is a
remember.
total sackless bitch.
I didn't even remember to include Farage's stupid thing. We'll watch that in a second then.
No, it does.
Also, guys,
don't. It depresses me and annoys the crap out of me.
Watch it for a second anyway. Well, sorry guys if also my voice sounds weird from coughing. I still have a cold. I had like the worst
He needs
flu
to call people a cunt.
forever. Anywho, here's Jeremy Clarkson.
It's not about your farm and the fact that you bought a farm to avoid.
Wait. She's claiming, this BBC woman just claimed that he bought a
Let him
farm
cook.
in order to avoid inheritance tax. I'm saying because I accidentally cut out the audio for a second. There you go.
Inheritance tax.
Classic BBC there. Classic. Oh yeah. It's not the fact that I bought a farm to avoid inheritance tax. The fact.
You told the Sunday Times in 2021 that's why you bought it.
These people.
Sorry?
BBC. Okay, let's start from the beginning.
Sure.
I wanted a shoot. Okay? That's even worse to the BBC. I wanted a shoot, which comes with the benefit of not having to pay inheritance tax. Now I do.
Yep.
But people like me will simply put it in a trust. And so long as I live for 7 years, that's fine. And as my daughter said, you will live for 7 years. You might be in a deep freeze at the end of it, but you will live for 7 years. But it's incredibly time-consuming to have to do that. And why should all these people have to do that? Why should they? Do you know how many people pay inheritance tax in this country?
It's 4% of estates.
What?
4% of estates.
4% pay inheritance tax. 96% of the population of the UK does not pay inheritance tax.
Sure.
After this becomes law, 96% of farmers will.
Where have you got that figure from?
Who here, can I just ask, who here is going to be unaffected by these changes? No one.
Yep.
What is your message to this government?
Please back down, please.
Leave us alone. It's that simple, right? That's all they want, is to be left alone. The British government cannot allow it because they want to steal these people's property. That's what it is.
It's because it's run by a bunch of globalist technocrats, and they want
Yes.
the land.
And if you look at if you've
They
watched
want the
Clarkson's
land
Farm,
to kill off the native British population.
yes,
That is,
and if
that
you
is.
watch,
I will openly say this: the UK
It's true.
is trying to
You're not wrong.
genocide its own population.
to replace it with a slave caste, yes, of
Yes.
immigrants. I don't think it's going to be a great idea, but
Of
whatever.
non-whites.
Yes. I think this is the right. Is this the Farage clip? I think this is it. Is this it? Let me make sure that. Well, let me put this on. I think this is it.
There's something more than
I'll
one,
go back to
isn't
the Clarkson's thing. Is this
But
it?
the nub of it is,
Yeah, this is it. Sorry, I'm gonna go back to that in a second. Just keep Farage in the back of your mind. I know that's terrifying, but I want to go back to the farmer stuff here real quick, because that was if Clarkson came off as hostile to you in that moment, he wasn't, in my opinion.
The Great Replacement is not a conspiracy; it's just math.
I'd like to show another journalist, and I don't know where this journalist is from. I do know that this is from the Guernsey Press, so this is the local newspaper. So I don't know if this is one of ours, but it might be, where he says basically the exact same stuff, but he's way less aggro because she is being way less aggro. That woman accused him of only buying a farm because he wanted to because of this inheritance tax stuff. When he just said, I bought the farm because I wanted to go shoot quails, you know?
I don't know why he didn't get that inheritance tax.
The
I mean,
inheritance tax is
if you could
ridiculous.
buy land and not pay inheritance tax, wouldn't you do it?
Well, of course.
Of course,
The
the state's
inheritance tax
fucking
is
taking my
ridiculous.
shit. Piss off.
It legitimately punishes people for leaving things to their children. It punishes British farmers for
Which is evil.
taking care of their farms. It's insane. It's sickening, and it's totalitarian, authoritarian, whatever you want to call it. It is a disgusting, sickening denigration of the integrity of the British people. And Clarkson's got the right to call it out.
A quote from you that's been dragged up from the past. I think in 2021 you told the Times that inheritance tax relief was critical to you buying up the farm.
No, that was that's actually quite funny, because the real reason I
So
bought
again, here's the same question. And look at how, because she asked him in a neutral way. This is at the same time that the other question was asked, more or less. It's been around the same time. Listen to how different the answer is. Because I've seen people saying, like, Clarkson's unhinged, she's crazy because of how he responded to the BBC journalist. But here's the same question being asked by someone who is not being an asshole.
farm was because I wanted to shoot. So I thought if I told a bunch of people that I'd bought a farm so I could shoot pheasants, it might look bad. So I thought I'd better come up with another excuse. So I said, well, inheritance tax. I actually didn't know about inheritance tax until after I'd bought it.
Right.
I didn't mind, obviously, but the real reason I bought it is because I wanted to shoot.
And you oppose what the government's proposing.
Oh God, yes, it's. I mean, as I've said in the past, if she'd have wanted to take out the likes of James Dyson and investment bankers and so on,
It's a good point. It's a
she
good
would
point.
have used a sniper's rifle. But she's used a blunderbuss and she's hit all this lot.
Yep.
It was, as I understand it, it was a very rushed last-minute decision.
Because they just want to hurt you. This is all a humiliation ritual.
And I think, we all make mistakes in life, and I think it's time for them to say, you know what, we cop this one up a bit and back down. That's my view.
I think they should take the tractors and go to Windsor instead.
Well, here's the thing. Speaking of,
Appeal to the king, not the
Let-
parliament, because the parliament
Guess
is
what?
fucking cringe.
well, of course, Parliament's fucked. This actually is a great. Maybe I'll post this article because, I will actually. I'll post this article in the chat. If you guys would like to, ooh, what the heck? Okay, there we go. It's a long link. That's the Guernsey Press article on this. I'll pin that here for a moment.
Don't worry, it's only the first lines that get shown. That's fine.
No, I'm saying this is a long and well not super
Ooh.
long, but it's a fairly long and really well done article. So, cheers to the Guernsey Press, for covering this as well as they did. They really got through but we covered it sort of.
The monarchy is much better. The monarchy can technically dissolve parliament, and
Yes, at any point.
and King Charles does like his land.
He
We can
does.
say that much about him, is that he's in favor of green things.
Yes, some sort of pastoralist. I don't really know what sort, but some sort. Okay. So,
And the last people on your land you should ever fuck with is your farmers.
Yes. Here's the thing that Farage said that pissed me off, and I think has made a lot of people turn against Farage, understandably. So, and I'm curious, Spoon, as to what do you think? Why would he say this?
Because he's a coward.
Yep, that's why. Ding, ding, ding. But here it is for those who haven't heard it.
But the nub of it is, we have a Muslim population in Britain growing by about 75% every 10 years.
You could just deport him.
If you think those people are going to use your system to maintain your traditions, you are out of your fucking mind. They are going to use democracy to impose Sharia law because that is what they do everywhere, you idiot. Your only job, you have two choices. You can either deport them or you will have to kill them. Those are your only options. They will not. They will not become English. They will keep being Muslim until you are dead.
I think there are some people. Let's be clear. You and I probably both know some. One of them that we both know, Dr. Nima Parvini, right? Who is not ethnically British, right? But I would say is is culturally British, right?
If you have to history.
But the number of people, when you start to import more and more and more, and then exactly what Nige is going to say here is that, well, we're just going to be taken over by brown people anyway. So I don't know. They will not hold British values. They hold British people like AA hold British values because they grew up in a different kind of world than modern Britain. You know.
Oh, yeah,
and look at
Islamic as well.
Yeah. I can't believe this douche. Yeah, I know his mother's Welsh.
That's just where we are. If we politically alienate the whole of Islam, we will lose.
Why? What will you lose? What will you lose, Nige? What will you lose if you do it? You know what you will lose if you don't alienate them? Britain.
This is why democracy is shit.
Yes.
Democracy is weak. The democracy is how the foreigner conquers you.
Yes.
And you were stupid enough to think, oh, look, these people should be allowed to vote. Why? Why on earth would I allow my enemies a chance to gain apparatus of power? That's fucking insane.
I spoke to my dad about this clip the other day. And he said he didn't fully agree. He said he did kind of agree with
Persian rug seller.
He said he
I
did
do believe
sort
Scrum
of
said the
agree.
same thing.
Yeah. He said he did sort of agree with Farage insofar as he said, well, is he not right that Britain's population is dying? It's like, well, because Britain is not supporting Britain. It's supporting foreigners. It's putting them up in hotels for months at a time. Instead of doing things like, I don't know, making it easier for people to have children. Making it cheaper. If you are going to institute national health services to any degree, and I'm skeptical of that as a recovering libertarian, if you're going to institute things like that, you cannot have it outside of a homogenous society, that at least a culturally homogenous society that cares for each other. These people are just going to take those things that you give them and run off with it. They
You
don't care.
You can't have a culturally homogenous society that isn't racially homogenous.
Sure.
I refuse to believe
with a
otherwise.
like I said, you can have a couple of exceptions. PewDiePie can live in Japan. All right, there can be a couple of exceptions, but I agree with
That's
you
'cause
largely
he's
speaking.
very wealthy.
But you know what I mean? Exactly. Extremely wealthy people, extremely successful, talented people, yes. But that is the exception, not the rule. If you want to have something like the NHS, then you cannot, it has to be a British system for British people, not for freaking foreigners who want to come over here, abuse it, take money from the British people, and piss off. And never contribute, because they don't. So this is ridiculous, Nige. You know, afuera. Cast them out.
This is basically kissing your political career goodbye.
I think he has kissed his career. Just this one clip, 30 seconds, I think he just topped himself.
What about Singapore?
Politically.
So how do
Singapore is a very interesting model because Singapore is basically authoritarian.
Yeah.
But the thing of it is, I don't know about you, but if somebody said to me, so V had this very interesting post on Twitter where he said, no, this is where I strongly disagree with V. He said, free speech is about being able to hold politicians accountable. And I just laughed and I said, okay, V, let me ask you a hypothetical. And I said,
it's a cute, I
yes,
see where he's
if you
coming
happen
from.
to live in the Shire. And I said to him,
exactly.
okay, chat, let me ask you guys a question. You can have two choices, right? Choice one is you have free speech, but you can't assault politicians. And the other one is you don't have free speech, but you can kick the shit out of any politician. Which will would you rather have? Everyone said I would rather kick the crap out of a politician for free speech. Which should
Now,
tell
I have
you
a problem
that
with NAP, but if the politician
a
has violated upon your
politician.
rights, they probably have violated your rights. They probably have aggressed. So
I have noticed
If
in
they've
the
aggressed.
hierarchy of things we would like to have, assaulting a politician is miles higher than free speech, and it's not even close. Which tells me people don't really want free speech. What they want is the ability to kick the crap out of politicians.
well, look, let's get into this. Actually, this is actually kind of a good segue, or we'll move it into the segue here. Is that people don't want free speech? They want to hear what they want to hear, and we'll get into this with the blue sky exodus because that. I was already working on this video about toxic positivity, and then this whole blue sky exodus thing happened, and it's like, oh my gosh, I have so much more to work with now.
The free speech thing, the reason why I don't like free speech, there's many reasons, but the one thing that I don't like is this idea that it's the marketplace of ideas fallacy, which is that bad ideas can get beaten by better ideas. And it's this very sort of uber rationalistic idea.
It's assuming that everyone is on the same level of intellect, which is absurdist.
No. It's not even so much as that. It's just that this idea is better according to some metrics that the majority of people will take to, and that is how it's applied through like demotic volume of acceptance, that is not how ideas ever take hold. Ideas become popular because certain people in power tell you they are. For example, if you were to just look at transgenderism from a purely anthropological perspective, it makes no fucking sense whatsoever because they're not smarter, they're not stronger, they can't produce children, and they're not more mentally stable.
They're the antithesis of all those things.
Exactly.
You know?
So as far as a class of people in your society that you should hold in any regard, those are people that you can kill off, and your society would not be any worse off. So to have them as a class that you uplift in order for some virtue of rights makes no fucking sense.
But again,
whatsoever.
this is all distraction. Oh, that was distractionary. It was all BS.
Yes, but my point of it is that idea of having these people as a class that you should worship as some kind of minority that really hold any value is complete nonsense. And no sane person would do that crap. But for some bizarre reason, they hold an enormous amount of sway with an enormous amount of financial backing. And that has no relevance to what makes a good society in any fucking capacity. So this idea that, you can just say better ideas and the better ideas will win is clearly bullshit.
Yes. Well, I think we've all come to that conclusion
yes.
long ago, is that, yes, the best ideas do not win out in the...
Not at all.
It is the most popular idea. Yes, the most popular ideas win out. It's not the best ideas. It is not Darwinian. It is popularity. And popularity is determined by all kinds of nonsense.
Usually money and power.
Emotions, money, power. It is
and
so
an excessive
easy.
amount of women.
Yes, so easy to persuade people. I said emotions already. Anyway, let's finish Nigel's stupid quote.
We'll lose.
So how does one include
We
them?
will lose by 2050. Goodness knows what kind of a terrible state we're going to be in.
And what will be left? What will be left? Like I said,
You'll
what
be
will
dead
be
anyway,
left?
Nige.
What is worth saving of Britain if Britain is not English anymore? If it's mostly Muslims, if it's people from other countries, then what is worth saving, Nige? What
London
is
is already
worth
not
this?
English.
London is it's like 70% non-white or non-British. Jeez. Speaking of, let me get the super chats here right now, because the first one I see here is from Kizza, who says the new Jaguar commercial. I got it here on the docket, Kizza.
Oh
Says
god.
the new Jaguar
yeah,
commercial makes me want to have damn you money to buy it out and wipe the slate clean, make them great again. I don't appreciate the British real references in this kingdom. Your king must rest. Enjoy all. Thank you, Kizza. I know he's not here, but Kizza, I hope when you listen to this, you did. I did get your super chat. Lucy Lemonbug gave 5 gifted Broken Crown memberships. Thank you so much. Trundle for 2 says, seeking the hidden crown. It's in the gutter. Yeah, as usual. Lighthouse for 5 says, Clarkson doesn't like Trump because they are essentially the same person. I think that's it. It's that dragon energy or whatever. Linda Hunter gave 1 gifted sub. Thank you for that. And TK for 5 says, my internal monologue can only say spoon now across all literature and media. Thanks, Aiden. You are very welcome, sir. Oh my. I'm gonna keep laughing at this shit in the UK for a minute though. So Ash Sarkar is a lunatic.
I had a very brutal joke aimed at her.
Good. So here she
it's,
is.
It's probably on there, I think, if you scroll down.
I don't see. It would be here if it was on this particular video, but here, anyway, here it is. You saw this? You saw this video, though, Spoon?
I don't think
let's just watch
this
it.
one.
Because this woman, ugh.
When you're done, sorry guys, she's a communist. I don't mean to interrupt your interview, she's a communist. So Ash, when you're done, you come and interview me, Nick Tenkoni, UKIP leader. By all means, carry on with the interview.
So I'm here to talk to farmers.
Yeah, no, I understand that. Apologies to interrupt, she's a communist. She supports...
Didn't the communists take away the farms from the farmers? Yeah. That's what you support, isn't
What are
it?
your thoughts on Stalin and what he did?
I'm here to talk to farmers, not you.
I mean, they did take away the farms from the farmers, didn't they? She's talking to a Kulak that she would love to just do a little dekulakization towards, isn't she?
Oh, by the way, I have an interesting...
Trust me, dekulakization is great for you.
I have an interesting guess for... What's today's date? Maybe 3 weeks from now?
Okay, because next week Politicrat's coming on.
Yeah, no, it's about 3 weeks from now. You will know who he is.
Oh, you will know him by his sign.
No, you'll know him by his voice.
Okay.
Undoomed.
Oh, awesome. Yeah, it'd be great to talk to. I haven't talked to Undoomed. Oh, geez, a long time.
Yeah.
That'd be awesome. Anywho, in 3 weeks, let's go for it. Let's get back to Ars. Here she is.
I didn't interrupt your interview any further. She's a full-blown communist.
Yeah, shame on
her
you.
bio. She calls herself a luxury communist. Disgusting.
Well, she is. That guy wearing this little...
Pull the far left out wherever you see it, guys.
What a shad.
Yeah, that poor old guy wearing the Welsh flag's kind of like, ooh. Quite realized I was talking to a commie. He kept talking to her though. I don't know what he said afterwards.
I wonder if I can get away with the joke that I said on X. Where the hell is it?
I do want to show you some things here Callum has collected for us, but Ash Sarkar doesn't even know what she is. I'm Bengali, so it wouldn't have been a great deal of fun in the early 40s. So she doesn't want to be in India in the 1940s.
Yeah.
This one, it cut off, says, fuck off, I'm not British. I'm campaigning on the abolition of private property, but I'm neither English nor a nationalist, and I have no wish to be.
So why are you there?
So, Final Solution has been Irredeemable Nazi Associations. It was literally their name for the Holocaust. I am British, you absolute melt.
No,
well, which one is it, Ash? Because I think you're not British, and I think you should get the fuck out. If you're not, then
Do you want to know
bye.
the joke that I had on Twitter?
What? Yeah. What?
The joke that I said on Twitter is, I would rather not waste my breath on a creature who would be better off serving. I would rather not waste my breath on a creature who would literally be better off serving society by becoming the literal embodiment of her name. Yeah, I went like full scorched earth on that one.
Wait. Can I play that? I probably can't play that Onion clip when the Onion used to be funny. Where it's like, oh, imagine all of your money troubles. Oh, he's just a grabbler. Now imagine all of your money troubles burning up, turning into ashes and blowing away in the wind.
That's I literally look at that one like this is going to be like the meanest thing I'll ever see on Twitter.
It's I mean, it's not that bad, honestly.
Have
Some other things.
Have you seen it?
No, I'm a nice girl. By the way, not even Windsor is safe.
Scorched earth, yeah.
Windsor got burglarized. Windsor Castle. They stole a pickup truck and a quad bike from the property grounds. Somebody did. From Windsor Castle, yes. I mean, this is the state of things. Speaking of the state of things, great going for Kemi. She is her approval ratings have come in the worst Tory leader since was a Liz Truss. So she's got even I think her approval ratings are just above Liz Truss. Just outbeats them. She's -5. Liz Truss was -9%. Great. This is what we want.
Is effectively useless.
Dead. It's dead. Is what it is. Yeah. The Tory party is over. They're pointless.
America. The UK basically is a one-party state.
Yes.
Yeah.
This is America. Speaking of, well, we'll get to that in a second. Sorry. It looks like Keir Starmer might want to be trying to start a war with Russia. And it's not just him.
To keep himself in power.
Biden is looking to do it too. So, here's Starmer though.
I was watching an interesting conversation earlier with Glenn Greenwald and Tucker, and
Phil and you and I know dogs are racist now in Wales. I know. Sorry, Spoon.
He said something very interesting. He said in Russia, Putin is considered like a liberal.
Mm-hmm.
And he has like frothing at the mouth generals who are really pissed at him that he isn't going harder on Ukraine.
Yep.
And the idea to us in the West that he's actually holding back is frame breaking to us.
Wait. Whoa, not to me. I've known that the whole time.
No. I mean, to Dev, it's totally...
Oh, to Dev, Dev
By the way, did you see that thread?
Stupid. Wait, everyone's telling me that he said something really stupid on Twitter, and I've not seen it. And I tried to go to his Twitter to find it, and I think he was doing that thing where he would... When I went to his Twitter, it was just like tons and tons of retweets. I couldn't find... Because I had other people messaging me saying Dev is going insane on Twitter. I couldn't find it. I think he was trying to cover up his retardation by retweeting a million things.
Hold on a second. Yes, V stepped in here.
Oh, when V steps in, yeah. He's gonna be like, "Hey, it's time for the voice of reason."
I actually messaged V this morning.
Yeah.
And I said, V, why is Dev gone full retard? And
yes, he is.
Okay, so this is how you know it's bad. V sent me 3 voice messages.
Uh-oh.
Explaining the situation. Like, V went off. And I went like, okay, when V is sending me voice messages, that's how you know V is legitimately in a tiff. And oh my god.
Is that what Dev essentially said? He said base launch more? Was that the gist of it?
Yes. I mean V did a live stream about it, and he essentially said why he essentially said, can you explain to me, or he sort of explained to himself, why is it that I hate this man? Because he's supposed to be on my side. I mean, V is also pro-Ukrainian for, obvious reasons, because he lives next to the fucking Iron Curtain. And
sure.
It's close to him, so he's got more sort of understandable reasons.
Oh, no, I get V's perspective.
Yeah, 100%. and V's argument was essentially, it's because Dev is a fat bastard who sits in Canada and he's got no fucking stake in the game.
It's not going to affect him. Well, he thinks it won't affect him. It will, by the way. He's like, is that the gist? Do you have the tweets of him saying to essentially? Because I heard about this again. People were telling me oh, Dev's lost his mind, which I mean he does every day. So it's
Yeah,
Wednesday.
I want to see the way V replied to it. If I can just find.
Well, you go find that. I'll play this Keir Starmer clip.
To do just that. Quickly, Russia's also threatened nuclear escalation. Are you comfortable with that when people at home are watching this, worrying that you could put us at risk?
Well, it's very important. It's very important that we're steadfast in our support for Ukraine. Russia is the aggressor.
To be clear, Russia's threatening that if the support for Ukraine doesn't stop, and by the way, I'm going to show you, Biden is seemingly provoking this, and that's why Keir's being asked about it. I'm transitioning from the UK segment into the US segment. Is because Biden's giving them a doubling, tripling, quadrupling down on everything in his last couple of days of office.
Oh, here it is.
That's why Russia's saying to stop, or else, you know.
Oh, here it is. We can, if you can put this up on camera.
Yes. Okay. Keep finishing. Yeah. I'll finish this clip up. It's real short. Yeah. Thank you.
It's
even if unleashes nuclear war.
He had an argument with Madame Savvy.
Really?
Yeah,
sure
Madame Savvy put him in less. Yeah, I do like her.
What I expected.
Has to be the one that makes the move to stop this war. It's within their gift, but we must support Ukraine. It's impacting not just Ukraine; it's impacting the rest of the world, including the UK.
Is your
How? The UK
How is any of that?
ended up paying way more for gas because of this war. And specifically because of what was why do we have to pay more for gas? Spin? Someone puffed the pipeline?
Which
was,
whoopsie. America.
Yeah.
Message to viewers back home that there will not be a nuclear war, because that is what Russia is threatening.
My message is that we need to ensure that Ukraine is put in the best possible position. This is a
I don't care about nuclear war. Did you hear? No, actually, what he said is, I'm not going to answer your question about protecting the world, let alone the UK, from nuclear war. What I'm concerned about is protecting Ukraine. Where's your priorities, Keir? I know you're some kind of strange robotoid, but what the?
You know why? You know why they want to take out Russia so bad?
Well, yeah, I have many hypotheses, but what's yours?
I would imagine it's because for two reasons. For three reasons. Russia has great fertile land.
Yep.
Number one. Number two is they have a crap load of resources.
Mm-hmm.
And three, Russia is a world big player. And if essentially the whole reason the sanctions on Russia is to choke them because they can't be part of the SWIFT banking system. And if there is a alternative way to do trade that isn't under the American SWIFT banking system, that would be a roadblock for the insane people that want a one world government, new world order.
Yes.
Putin giving all of them the middle finger and saying, come at me, you fucking pricks, I will nuke the crap out of you, is essentially the sort of Spartan's last stand against the globalists. That's Putin is actually the good guy, believe it or not. In this scenario.
Bear Lamb says Putin's propagandists on TV said that nuclear war is fine because the patriotic Russians will go to heaven. Well, yeah, they're propagandists, but this is also a propagandist.
I mean, how is that not any different than what's, oh, look, Putin is a bad man, he's an authoritarian who kills his own people?
Everyone does propaganda.
Yeah.
Pointing out that there's propaganda in Russia is it's pointless. I get where you're coming from, Bear Lamb, but understand that, like, yeah, he's saying that. He's also...
Our lives would get
show you what's happened over the last couple of days.
Would get immensely better if NATO were to dissolve and Russia were to win, because I will openly say this: I don't like NATO, and not only that, but as V pointed out earlier, is Europe has essentially outsourced all of their basic infrastructure to everyone else around the world, which is completely fucking insane. They're reliant on everybody else. And the EU has a massive regulatory system that regulates everybody else while having fuck all industries of their own, which is insane. And if you were to look at it from the perspective of what is the one thing that every nation needs is defense. Well, America is the one basically doing that. And if someone else
all
is
the defense is
you,
outsourced to America,
Yes. And what that means is America treats everyone that has it has a so-called defense agreement with basically as a vassal state. So when it's like, you can't do this, America will just go, yeah, we can because we control your army because you don't have one, so fuck you. And so this is one of the reasons why Europeans hate America.
Nukes. Because, even if you have an army, you don't have nukes.
Yeah, because America essentially treats all of its allies like they're just occupied territories, which is what they technically are. And so any time that there is remotely a chance that someone looks at Uncle Sam's and tells him to fuck off. People in Europe like that because we hate the Americans, we hate the control of their military, and we want all of them to fuck off. We would like our sovereignty back the same way that the UK want the Brexit away from the fucking EU.
Yes, every NATO country, let's be honest, is
an occupied territory
of the US vassal.
Yes. That's the whole reason for the Marshall Plan. The Marshall Plan wasn't just to stop the Nazis. No, it was to keep another rival power because if Germany were to be unleashed, Germany would rival the Americans as far as production goes easily because the Germans are fucking powerful people, and they would fuck America up. I mean, this is what they happened in the Second World War. So,
moving to this. So, did Biden just give them the green light the other day? Breaking Ukraine has fired man-made missiles at Russia. We'll get more into this. How can President Trump de-escalate the conflict in January? Didn't Biden just give them the green light the other day? He did. Dev says, based, shoot more. You want to read V's? I'll read Dev.
It's actually fine if the government overrides the will of the people and amplifies foreign wars before the president-elect gets into office because the Canadian is happy and enjoys his football match on TV. I know you're not donating your wealth for this or signing up or doing anything to sacrifice beside having hot takes online. And I'll scroll down a bit because your avatar's hair is in the way. But ironically, I hope you never get to experience war, Dev. Same. I hope he does because something that I said to V.
Maybe.
Yeah, and I said this to Lamented as well. The apex of Dev's lives, of Dev's sort of, how can I say this? His highest aspiration for a human society is he can take it up the arse and get cum in his face without the state telling him no. That's basically it.
He just wants to sit around and play video games and jack off. That's his. Those are his political goals. I want to be able to sit around and play video games and be and I want to coom, and I want to also not have to work.
And chase
trannies, yes.
Yeah. That's it. He has no higher aspirations than this.
Play video games, chase troons, and not work. Those are Dev's highest order goals.
Yes.
Highest order priorities in life.
He's an idiot.
You know?
And he's a bit
Dev
of a sociopath.
He posts this, every single pacifist cuck complainer replying to this tweet. I only have one thing to say.
You were sitting in Canada, you fat retarded fuck. Like, who
I know.
the hell
Can
are
you
to call
imagine
anybody else a pacifist?
Pacifist cucks. A Canadian.
Fuck off.
I will not risk open war. Open war is upon you, whether you would risk it or not. Are you going to go to war then, Dev? I want to see you. If you're going to say shit like this, you need to be on the front damn lines.
Actually, in this scenario, Putin is King Theodred.
Yes. If you want to go to war, Dev,
who's the one shooting missiles at Russia? You moron.
I love war, but would never, ever, 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 never enlist. I think we go down here. Where did we get to? Where were the actual posts that we were looking at? Because I lost it here in the feeds. So what if Russia nukes them, Dev? What then? So this was wait. Okay, wait. This is where we get the talk with Savvy. Sorry, did get okay. Yeah. Here we go. Found it. Savvy. Savvy says, "Whoops." Exactly what I said.
It does that.
I know. Then go serve on the front lines before cheering on a choice clearly made against the will of the people. We don't want it. There were always ways to end this without violence. Maybe if you actually sat down with a Ukrainian, you'd fucking understand how much of a dumbass you are for this. I support your right to say it, but goddamn, you're actually retarded.
I don't actually.
I don't either.
Someone said Pip is trending.
I hate Twitter's so obnoxious. You have to keep doing this. Refreshing the page and going down. If it's a twit longer, you can't just do it.
I don't know why it doesn't just open up.
I don't know.
Why does it have to open a new page?
How about you do Dev now? No, not like that. You read his parts. I'll read Savvy's.
If you ever say that to me again, I will punish you.
You read Dev's parts, I'll read Savvy's.
On January 2025, Trump becomes president. Thank God for that. Until then, the will of the people as recorded in the 2020 election is being respected. No, it isn't.
This is insane. He wants Biden to use his last couple days in office
to fire hypersonic missiles at
nuclear missiles at Russia. Are you out of your... That's what he wants. He is bloodthirsty as fuck. I can't believe... I'm actually a little bit shocked at the, mask-offedness of this. Just war. You are, Dev... I know you think you're a centrist and
No, he's not. You're
What you
far
are
left
is you
maniac.
are a neocon war hawk. And you always have been. You have always been a neocon. Always have been, always will be. Congrats. You are
A
John
psychopath.
Bolton. You are John Bolton, dude. Go ahead,
Except
though.
even
Continue.
gayer.
Yeah.
Basically what he said, like, after that, it's in Trump's hands to do things I think are bad. Okay, anything that you think are bad, I think you should probably do, because I don't really respect your judgment when it comes to morality, given that you don't fucking have a moral compass. But then it's respecting the will of the people as a court in 2020. You see what I mean? In Dev's mind, democracy is the ultimate decider. There's no objective good or bad.
Well, no, there is. If Trump does something authoritarian when he gets into office in 2024, that's bad. If Biden does something authoritarian right now, well, that's the will of the people. See? It's really easy to understand, Spoon. See, when somebody that on his side, wait, but he doesn't have a side, remember, he doesn't have a side. But when somebody on his side, somebody doesn't have a side, does something authoritarian, that's good, because the people voted for it. If Trump, however, were to do something authoritarian, that's bad, because the people didn't, bad. It makes no sense. It's complete lunacy. Continue, please. With this silliness.
I came to this opinion after sitting down with several Ukrainians. In fact, I
did
used to hold opinions. I don't believe this, by the way, because I spoke with these like 3 years ago, Dev, and this is the shit that you said. I could probably fucking pull up my Twitter or my Discord and show you what I actually said. I used to hold opinions more like yours until I realized that Ukrainians overwhelmingly want to defend themselves. Yeah, so do anyone who's being attacked. That doesn't mean that...
What kind of stupid statement even is that, by the way?
Yeah, but they want to defend themselves. Yeah, of course, but why the hell do you need American missiles to do that?
Yeah, they're tired of losing their men and sons. Defending themselves doesn't mean firing fucking American weapons and a Canadian while people cheering on the use of American weapons while no matter what you sit cozy. This is disrespectful and far more complicated than just shoot them. When I was a child or a teen, sure, cheer it on, whatever. But then I grew up. No one wins in war. No one wins with missiles.
Dev, you're getting beaten in logic by a girl. You should feel embarrassed.
By a woman, yeah. I mean, Savvy is...
And she's blonde, too.
Very quick. Here's Dev's next post.
No offense, Savvy. You're adorable.
Savvy's cool.
Yeah. As tired as they are of war, the Ukrainians know full well what happens to them when they're under Russian control. I mean, they're under American control right now.
They were under Russian control for, like, 70 years, so...
They've been under Russian control for, like, what, a better part of, like, 400?
Well, yeah. Yes, actually true.
Their capital used to literally be Russia's capital.
Capital of Rus, yes. But oh no, just in the last 20, 30 years, I guess.
And a couple of years, there's just these arbitrary borders drawn, and all of a sudden you're Ukrainian, which isn't real.
They do have a distinct language somewhat.
If Lev watches this, he's going to get so pissed.
They do have distinct... I know, this is not to be rude to Lev or to Ukrainians.
Yeah, of course.
You do use Cyrillic. You do have a shared... Like, can we put it this way? They have a shared cultural ancestry and history. Okay? This is not like the United States invading Japan and then conquering it and turning it into Japan land. It'd be fun. But, what?
No, someone says that Sav is also married to a 6'9" German dude. Well done to her. I see you're conflating two things again. You said based shoot more. No, don't shoot more. Get bitches to the table. Stop shooting American weapons. Yeah.
Yeah, you keep reading because I actually hurt my mouth earlier. So
it's okay, I'm not gonna ask it. What? Okay, let me be more specific.
I ate too much salt is what I did. I ate popcorn and I put too much salt on it. It made my mouth all sore.
God, you're a pussy.
I ate too much salt. I'm too salty now. Yeah. Continue. Continue. Go ahead.
Painful. Don't.
There was too much salt in the popcorn I made. It was really tasty, but it was too salty.
How do you eat too much salt to the point where your mouth is sore?
I hurt my mouth. I did it. Go ahead. You can read.
I want to know, how does that work? How does salt damage your mouth to the point where you can't talk?
Because it hurt my tongue.
But how?
Spoon, go.
How? I must know. This is a riddle I want an answer to.
Because I found this thing about how, like, you could... Normally, when you pour, like, hot butter on popcorn, it just kind of melts it. I found a thing online that said if you add tapioca maltodextrin to it and some olive oil, that it wouldn't melt the popcorn. And then so I did that, but also put some salt in it, and I was like, ooh, woo, this is so cool, because it doesn't melt the popcorn, it just kind of sticks to it, and here's with just, like, movie theater butter. And I put a whole lot of butter on some popcorn I had last night when we were watching Falling Down, and now I've hurt my mouth because I ate too much salt.
In case you guys haven't noticed, this is the most calories Aiden has eaten within a 24-hour period in probably 6 months.
It's the only thing I've eaten in the last 24 hours. Popcorn, yeah.
Oh, okay. I don't know how the fuck. I've basically see that's the shit that you eat. I myself, I eat. I've been eating nothing but pizza for about 3 weeks now.
Dang.
Legitimately, the only thing I've eaten is maybe a peanut butter sandwich in the last couple of days and an orange, but everything else has literally been pizza.
Pizza's good.
Yeah.
Anyway, let's make fun of Dev, not make fun of my tongue hurting because I ate too much salty popcorn.
And if everyone's wondering, like, Spoon, have you gained any weight? Yeah, I gained about 2 kilograms of muscle. I still have abs.
Are you sure?
I will legitimately turn on my camera and
I'm just messing with you, you know it. I know that you're some kind of weird Adonis or whatever. Go ahead, read.
I'm legitimately turn on my camera and just show the freaking attach at my stomach and
Dev's stupid tweet.
I just like teasing you because it's funny. And you get eaten, you get beaten. Actually, doesn't the salt actually eat your... It's probably salt has probably damaged your tongue in some way. I don't know how.
A little bit, but salt. I needed the electrolytes because I've been sick. Read the tweet.
Jesus fucking Christ. If they go to the table and Russia agrees to... Shut up, woman, let me finish reading. If they go to the table and Russia agrees to pull out of the territory they've occupied, great, I'm all for it. Why the fuck would Russia do that?
No reason for them to at that point.
If I was Russia right now, I was like, no,
He's just
I've
saying,
literally
go file...
expended capital and men to get this. I'm not letting go of it, fuck off.
So he's saying, yeah, Ukraine should go fire a bunch of missiles at Russia. That's how we get them to the table. The country that has nukes versus the country that doesn't. Saying.
Shut up, Lucy. And what if Russia nukes them, Dev? What then? Then the entire civilized world should turn Moscow into a crater, frankly. What
do you have, Dev? Have
dude,
you know?
Oh
like, apparently he knows like actually nothing about history. Apparently, like I just saw Ace.
Nukes.
Well, apparently I saw Ace's recent video, and apparently he had no idea what Watergate was. He still says he does not know what Watergate was. He has
you
no
mean the Nixon
idea.
Administration?
Yes, he has no idea.
The tapping of Democrats, apparently.
Yes.
Yeah.
And he has no idea
No,
why. Here's the thing: Nixon would have won. He was going to win anyway. The reason why Watergate was an issue is that he did violate campaign law and U.S. law by wiretapping, and so that's why he had to resign. And Dev says he does not know what Watergate is. So this guy who's been, blagging on about how Trump did an insurrection on January 6th does not know what Watergate was. So, no shit, he also doesn't understand the history of the Cold War and the fact that the whole sort of premise of this is that if someone starts launching nukes, everyone launches them. Right?
Mutually assured destruction.
That's the point. Mutually assured destruction. Yes.
It's really stupid.
It actually kind of shocked me
us.
Just how politically illiterate Dev is, that he didn't even know what Watergate was. But if he doesn't know that, look, it's what Dev says here, or it's what how V responds to Dev here.
Read that for a second. I'm gonna see if I can.
I'll read it. He says, this is Dev responding to V. He says, for a libertarian-oriented fellow, you sure don't seem to understand what the NAP actually means when confronting an aggressor. V, rightly so, responds, wow, Dev, I'm honestly glad you weren't in charge of the Cuban Missile Crisis. Holy shit, you're right. Moscow would be a crater, just like Canada and everywhere else. It's called mutually assured destruction for a reason. I know Destiny doesn't talk about it, but it's true, honest to God. It has been since the Cold War. Like, imagine a situation where China would have given the weapons to Iraq, like supersonic missiles that could strike into the US. What do you think that would do for world peace, Mr. Non-Aggression Principle? Dude, based V, this is a completely correct fucking take. But he doesn't care. He apparently doesn't understand even any kind of amount of modern political history. If, in your example, Russia actually nuked Ukraine, did the Cuban Missile Crisis Oh my God. Did the Cuban Missile Crisis see any party actually nuking the other party? You are calling it if Cuba shot missiles at the United States, I mean, like, killed a whole bunch of people, you think that wouldn't have changed the calculus there? If they had actually launched the missiles, if they'd actually killed people, you think that wouldn't have changed the calculus, Dev? Dev is just repeating shit he's hearing from Destiny to the point where I don't think he has a single goddamn independent thought in his head anymore. Okay, Destiny, great. So you can't think independently, therefore all opinions disregarded. You are a complete and utter toad. No one, I know people still, like, I see comments in all his videos where people say, I used to like you, I remember you used to have good takes. These are his good takes. He's never probably had any of his own. He's probably just taken them from other people.
I want
The
to
reality
have
is,
more
though,
followers than Dev.
it's not gonna be hard.
Just because I want to shitpost.
Biden does appear to be wanting to start World War III. I don't know why.
I don't think he knows where he is.
Really? Probably not. It might just be something to... Well, I can tell you what the reason is. I think. He wants to put Trump into a really bad position when he comes into office. The worst position possible. If Biden is going true dark Brandon, he screws over Kamala, he screws over the Democrats. Why not also screw over Trump by just starting a war with Russia? The reality is that even if he does that, do you think it's going to last, Boone?
No.
I think Trump will have it dealt with within 24 hours.
Probably yes.
Would be my guess. Maybe 48. I think Trump will have it dealt with almost immediately. We'll have de-escalation in the works. If Biden launches a nuke, which I think is extremely unlikely, don't get me wrong, that'd be hard to, get away with. But why is this happening in the first place? Well, it's because the Biden administration, at the last hour, has decided to just start giving Ukrainians a bunch more missiles and mines. He approved their use of long-range, American-made missiles, which they used immediately to attack Russia. Now he's giving them landmines to also use. It's not the only thing he's done. He's also given them, guess what? $4 billion more pledged to Ukraine.
Which is probably going to go nowhere.
Well, of course not. This is all a money sinkhole. I think this is not actually pledged to Ukraine. It's pledged to, but it's going to go to Ukraine. Essentially, is what's going to happen, right? Yeah. After the World Bank misplaces up to $41 billion in funds, Biden pledges to a record $4 more billion in taxpayer dollars to, specifically, the World Bank, right? Which gets funneled into Ukraine. So even if it's not a direct contribution, this is more money to Ukraine. And I want to show you just how incredibly corrupt this administration is. Although, as if you guys don't know. The FEMA generally does not know why the American people dislike them. They don't understand why this is a bad decision. This is insane, Spoon. It's a couple minutes long. Do you mind if I let this play for a second while I go use the restroom? I will be right back. I'm just going to let it play.
Oh my goodness, you said the restroom.
There you go.
You're learning. Oh my God,
I'll be right back.
Learning.
Do you see the absurdity that American citizens are getting their $750 and then, yes, struggling through a very complicated process to meet the thresholds necessary to get the aid they need to have housing, food, and shelter, while your agency is contracting with not-for-profits to easily hand out access to those who are here placed here illegally? Do you see the absurdity?
Congressman, our mission is to support people, help people before, during, and after disasters. And
do you think that there is, ma'am, do you think in responding to an emergency, the priority of government ought to be to ensure that American citizens are triaged and that the services of FEMA are focused on responding to them and their service programs first?
I absolutely believe that the services that FEMA provides should be supporting the people that have been impacted by disasters.
Should there be equity in that distribution and response? Should there be fairness in that response?
We should make sure that all people have access to our programs and that we remove
Fair enough.
the barriers.
So this is my time and I get 2 minutes to do it. So in fairness, do you not see the inequity in those placed here illegally having taxpayers support a plane ticket, a house, a hotel, food, cell phones, access to health care, do you not see the inequity that they have access immediately? I want us to be a welcoming nation, but if we cannot respond to those who are living in emergencies, then we do not have the right to claim that we are the Federal Emergency Management Administration. Do you not see the inequity?
Congress directed.
No, Congress established law. You have to prioritize, triage, and decide. During COVID, there were federal agencies and local governments who were responsible for providing lots of services. We said, in this emergency, you're not going to do that. We told federal employees, get back out onto the ground because you've got to respond to a public health pandemic, and most of them were never involved in public health response. You established the priority. Why can you not say today that the priority ought to have been to make sure that American citizens were getting first response, adequate response, and not distracted response? Why can you not say that?
Our priority is the American people.
They always sound like machines. They can't even answer the question without sounding robotic. The way they start every sentence is the exact same inflection. It's creepy. It's like I'm talking to a droid. Also, Aiden, you're muted.
Oh, whoops. You can put this woman saying here, though.
If I can
is
just
that
let you let go.
is that yeah? It's perfectly fine. The absurdity of American citizens struggling to get their $750 while FEMA is easily handing out money, food, shelter to those who are here illegally. No, I don't see the problem there. I don't see the absurdity. They don't. And let me tell you why. Because they hate you.
And we administered our disaster programs.
And you will not admit to or acknowledge the inequities. I'm not trying to be combative. This is absurd. Today, when you spent some time and my colleagues talk about misinformation, first, misinformation is freedom of speech, whether it's true or not.
Yeah.
But you know what fuels misinformation? The inequity that FEMA has engaged in. Because it allows for people to assume, whether true or not, a level of either incompetence, inefficiency, or lack of concern for those who are struggling the most when they see individuals enter this country illegally and then are transported here and receiving services. And you know that it is easier to access the shelter and services funding than it is to access disaster relief aid, housing assistance, small business aid. You know that it's more complicated. Doesn't that in and of itself fuel the misinformation?
Congressman, we are administering that program as directed by Congress.
Oh, I hate these people so much. Not an answer. Not an answer.
You are not administering the program as directed by Congress. We established the law, we established the provisions, and we expect the person, whether it's the president or the administrator of FEMA, to decide what is and is not priority in response to emergency. And by that very measure, with all due respect, the agency has failed. And it has lost focus. My time is up. I yield back to the chairman.
Damn. Got him. I think so.
See, the reason I don't like watching these kinds of things is because nothing happens.
Of course not.
It's a theater show.
Yes, and here's the thing. Spoon, you and I... Give me a second. This cold is still kicking my ass.
This is why government needs to be destroyed. This is why you need to, abandon the Constitution and basically, write a new one.
Yeah.
And get Trump to sign it, because it'll be funny.
Or make Trump king, that's what I'd prefer.
Yeah, or that, yeah.
Oh, Spider Friend here with me tonight. He's cool. Back when we were, doing the interview, I was, sitting here, and he just came down from the ceiling, so I had to pick him up with the end of a pencil, and I put him over on the side of, my desk. Now he's just hanging out here. So now we got a Spider Friend. We have another guest tonight. We have Spider Friend.
And Spider Friend 2.
Spider Friend 2. So here's the really funny thing is that left-wing social media platform Blue Sky says it cannot keep up with users' censorship requests. So,
oh my goodness.
What? This is one of the funniest things. Actually, Spoon, again, because my tongue hurts because I ate too much. I'll zoom in on it for you. Does this help?
3 million people in the last week. Those are 3 million people with no friends whose other opinions
and who are not going to stick around.
Feelings.
Yes.
Because how long we've been they're a bunch of faggots.
So just again, just to preface this, for people who don't know, there was a mass exodus. We talked about it a little bit, I think, last week. Is a ton of people said we're leaving Twitter, we're going to Blue Sky. It was David Pakman.
So gay.
A ton of these leftoids were saying Twitter is no longer a safe space, so I'm going to have going to our safe space. Follow me to Blue Sky. So here's what's happened in the last week over on Blue Sky. Would you please, Spoon? This is a tweet for a message from them.
Blue Sky has grown by over 3 million people in the last week. Welcome. With every wave of growth naturally comes an increase in moderation reports. It's because you're overwhelmed by faggotry who are desperately trying to stop people from saying naughty words. Here's the status report on how the trust and safety team is handling it. I guarantee it's overwhelmingly women who have no lives. In the past 24 hours... Yeah. Oh, it's
a lot of them, yeah.
Okay.
Well, keep reading.
In the past 24 hours, we have received, I can't fucking read today, and I haven't even had whiskey, more than 42,000 reports in one fucking day.
3,000 reports an hour. Continue.
Who's doing all the shit posting?
No one. So it's actually become a thing now.
There must be a bunch of people going and doing all this.
No, it's actually become a thing. No, Spoon, I'm telling you. It's become a thing now of doing speed runs of getting banned from Blue Sky. If you make an account on Blue Sky, and you say, I'm serious, I've seen this happen. And you say, no, Spoon, keep reading this post after I finish what I'm going to say. And you say there are two genders, you will be banned within 3 minutes.
Yeah, I saw.
So, yeah.
Jack Posobiec did that. Yeah.
Yeah, you're going to be banned at least within 5. But continue because
what if I say the N-word?
You're gone instantly.
Oh, that's gay.
But continue to put that into context.
To put that into context, in all of 2023, we received 360,000 reports.
Now they're receiving 42,000 of them a day.
That's like a ninth.
Yeah. Read the next line.
What is that phrase? Triaging?
Triaging.
Okay, there we go.
Treating the most serious things first.
Oh, there we go. Oh, okay. This launched users that the most harmful content, such as CSAM.
CSAM. Do you know what that stands for?
I feel like I heard this yesterday.
Child sexual abuse material.
Oh, okay. There we go.
So here's what happened. We don't have to. We can keep reading it, but let me tell you. Here's what appeared to happen. The leftoids all fled to this website that is
with, like, basically
a giant hug box where you can only post leftist opinions and apparently child pornography, real child pornography. The website, as soon as all the leftists, isn't it interesting? As soon as all the leftoids congregate someplace, because by the way, I'd like to remind you all that this is exactly what happened to Mastodon. Remember Mastodon from a couple years ago? The federated instance?
Oh, God, yes.
Well, that also disappeared really quickly. Do you want to know one of the reasons why that also exploded? Because when leftists congregate someplace, they can't help themselves but post. And by the way, there's a difference between like lolly or whatever and CSAM. CSAM is child sexual abuse material that is actual real life child porn. And they can't help themselves because that's what they want to post. That's what they want to look at. Every time. Yes. Why is it always with kids? Why is it always kids? I'll tell you what, because they're a bunch of demonic cultists.
They're pedophiles.
And pedophiles, yeah. I don't even think they're all actually into it. I think it's just part of their culture because they hate society and they hate everything, they have to deconstruct everything. So it's, yeah.
That's because they're dysgenic freaks.
Yes.
I mean, there's a reason why if you just look at leftists objectively, they look like horrible, deformed people. It's because in any normal civilization, there's a hierarchy of people, right?
Mm-hmm.
And certain people will never get outside of the lowest box. They are destined to be there forever because they are fucked up either physically, mentally, intellectually. There's something wrong with them, right? And there's a lot of very inferior people, quite literally, who are very dissatisfied with their current state in life. And so they gravitate towards these insane fringe ideologies that promises to turn over the system because in their mind, they will at least get a better, more deserving share in their fucked up minds than the current paradigm. That's the reason why all these fringe groups are full of like psychotically disfigured weirdos who gravitate towards this crap. It's because they suck as people.
Yeah. Yeah.
Very simple, yeah.
This is, I mean, but wow, who could have seen this coming? Website becomes full of leftists. They all flee to it. Immediately they start
why do you
reporting
think
each other.
feminists are all ugly?
Well, yeah. But I mean, yes, it's Gen X. But they all flee to this platform. They flee to this platform to be a hug box. Someone says something they mildly disagree with, so of course they immediately report it. Again, are some of the reports, these people are trolling them? Probably, because people are saying things like there are two genders, things that, there are no real issues with.
There are.
But I guarantee though, yes, of course, but I guarantee they were reporting each other en masse because someone said, like, had the wrong pronouns or something. Someone said something, oh no, that's not what I believe, so it must be removed. It has to be destroyed. The only way
segregate these people.
That they're trying to, and look what happens. They're even trying to self-segregate, and they can't even self-segregate because they try to kill each other within their own crab bucket.
So why don't we just segregate
actual
them
crab
and
bucket mentality made manifest? Well, now they're all coming back to Twitter, of course, because of course they were. They were never leaving.
So we can bully them.
Yeah, it's like, see you next week. Now, who is leaving, though, apparently, is a bunch of advertisers from Twitch.
Huh.
So a bunch of advertisers are leaving Twitch.
Oh, why?
Because Twitch has allowed for some of the most insane, like, I don't like this term or whatever, but let's just, this is the term that they're going to use, anti-Semitism all over their site. No, it's not at all. We've talked about this over the months. They just let a bunch of like extremist leftoids talk about how much they want to destroy the West and kill white people and also absolutely kill the Jews. They're really specific on that one. And they just let them do it for like months and months. And now all of a sudden after the election, Twitch goes, "Oh, actually, Hassan, you really shouldn't show terrorist videos on your streams," which he's done multiple times. After they banned Asmongold for 14 days for basically just saying that the Middle East has a certain type of culture. Yeah. They banned him for that for 14 days, and now they have also banned a whole bunch of
inferior to the West, which is why you were here. I'm sick of this. Look, we can't say that. No. We are better people than you. We are objectively better people. We have better culture. If your culture was in any way fucking good, our people would be going to yours. That's not the case. Every one of you jackasses come to our culture because we are better than you. And the reason you people should say this is because in reality, every hierarchy, there is always a top fucking dog. And if the top dog is incompetent and he gets kicked off the perch, it's going to be replaced by someone shittier. So if you like your societies, then you have to say, we are better than all of you. And the only way this keeps going is if you fuckers piss off and we rule the roost. Not you, we. Because you are not made to rule, we are made to rule.
Mm-hmm.
Not you. The Anglos. And the French, and the Dutch, and the Germans.
Well,
those are the four apex of society, by the way, is a Dutch, French, German, and Asian.
Okay, sure.
And the Japanese.
So Twitch had already blocked sign-ups for their website from Israel or Palestine, which...
And some parts of Spain.
If you're getting internet access and you're in Palestine, it's not going to show up as Palestine. It's probably going to show up from somewhere else anyway. So he's really just blocking Israel.
It's going to show up as missing.
It's really just showing up as Israel. It was only the Israelis who were really suspended, unable to make new Twitch accounts. They just let, like, weird, like, obviously I'll put it this way.
Patricia's mainly the Germans. Yeah, I feel like you maybe ever said
anti-Israel sentiments were allowed to... You could say anything. And it's crazy because these are people who would call Spoon and I Nazis, right? And then they're out here basically saying...
YouTube
they are saying death to all
Jays,
you know what I mean? Isn't it? It's crazy. You can go on Twitch, call yourself a leftoid, and then say death to the Jays, and you'd be fine to say it over there. Meanwhile, we're the Nazis.
Also, French really, yes. France gave rise to some of the best culture in Europe at a period, and they had the longest reigning monarch in all of human history. So yes, I will openly say this: the French were based.
Right. Disagree, but that's fine.
Yeah, but that's because you're
the
Welsh.
French did some. Let's
French gave rise to Napoleon. You gotta give him credit for that.
Let's move on to
They had an
Jaguar, shall we?
emperor.
Oh, do you have anything you want to add about this Twitch thing?
No.
I think it's
except
funny.
that Twitch is a cesspool that deserves to die off.
I will say this. Hassan Piker is being blamed for this pretty much explicitly, and I'm all here for it. Because he is really to blame for it. Twitch decided that their golden boy was Hassan Piker, and they were gonna just back up any Hassan can literally do no wrong. He could he came out, he had a terrorist on his stream, a terrorist pirate on his stream, and just talked to him about One Piece. He showed he shows actual terrorist propaganda on his stream and says it's just it's a musical. That's all fine. He says, America deserved 9/11. Dan Crenshaw, who I can't stand too, by the way, should have had his eye hole effed by a bunch of brave patriot. What was it? Afghani patriots or whatever. Yeah, Hamas Piker has been promoted. He is one of Twitch's top streamers. The chickens have come home to roost. And I'm laughing. However, going back to the discussion, the actually intellectual discussion we had earlier before we got into the shit posting, I think as we sort of discussed it, the idea of the woke being put away, it's not going to happen all at once. Oh, Mujahideen, yes, brave Mujahideen freedom fighter. Thank you guys, I'm saying and Simply Green. Yeah, brave Mujahideen freedom fighter. So.
Oh yeah, I remember the clip now.
The thing with this idea of the woke being put away, understand, guys, that even if it's going to happen, which I think we all kind of worked out that we're sort of on the same page, that it's going to be publicly put away a little bit, but the infrastructure behind it's going to stay in place.
Revenant
You're still
going
to
to
see
on this.
Who?
Revenant. If I can get him on the stream, I would like to, but I don't think he does any.
What's the what was the gist? If you could.
He basically said, the fields that are more capitalistic driven, like Hollywood, they will probably put it away quite visibly. But the fields that are funny, the ones that are like potentially state funded, like sociology departments, they will probably not.
I would highly, I think that's probably likely.
I actually concur with that sentiment.
But for what people were going to see, and I've said this before, I think more in private though, but I'll say it here now. What you're going to see in terms of the public putting away of the wokeness is that it will be staggered, because a lot of the stuff that's happening now was produced months ago. So it's like Dragon Age Veilguard was produced well before the idea of putting the woke away was even a thing that they probably got a notice about. So you're going to get staggered things like this advertisement from Jaguar, which, wow. Have you seen this spin?
I have, and
oh my god. These are selling luxury cars. No one in this elevator could afford a Jaguar.
No. It's because they're all spending it on hormones.
Yeah. Oh my god, look at their stupid little car. Really? It's an advertisement for a car, guys. For a luxury, super expensive car. Oh yeah, show me the Troon with a hammer. Yeah, that makes me want to buy a car that costs $1 million. They've also changed their logo to get rid of the actual Jaguar. But, yeah, this will help us sell cars. Thank you, Elon. Cars? Yes, we'd love to show you. Join us for a cuppa in Miami on 2nd December. Warmest regards, Jaguar. Elon is not going to be showing up there. I think you could buy your company out probably by next week.
It's not a bad idea, actually.
I want to get a little bit. Can I?
Why don't you do that and then make normal petrol-powered cars in conjunction with the electronic ones?
That would be great. A lot of this stuff that I have in my docket here, I don't care too much about, but I really want to. Spoon, I really want to laugh at the view. I really want to laugh at the view. I really, really, really.
Oh, is this the Sunny Hostin thing?
Oh, it sure is. So Sunny Hostin
has gone completely
Slandered.
fucking insane, by the way.
Well, yeah, but she slandered Matt Gaetz live on the air, and then got clearly handed a note from her producers saying, "You have to apologize and take that back."
Yeah,
with allegations of child trafficking across state lines and having sex with a 17-year-old. My understanding.
So she's talking about Matt Gaetz. I'll replay it one more time. Sorry, because I kind of clipped out at the beginning. She's talking about Matt Gaetz here, but just watch the whole thing.
How could you nominate someone with allegations of child trafficking across state lines and having sex with a 17-year-old? My understanding, further on in the interview, they discussed the fact that once he finds out that she's 17, he stops having sex with her.
Sonny, you have a legal note.
I do have a legal note. Thank you, Whoopi.
Oh my God, her face. There it is. That's the moment he knew.
He fucked up. That is just like the best face I've ever seen her pull. That's the face of fuck you for making me do this.
Oh, she's so angry that she's like, if you have to apologize and correct the record right now, or we're gonna get sued into the dirt.
Matt Gaetz has long denied.
Oh my God. Oh, guys, I need to savor it. Hang on, I need to savor it. I need to savor it. One more time. Hang on. Oh, here we go.
Matt Gaetz has long denied all allegations, calling the claims, quote, invented, and saying in a statement to ABC News that this false smear following a 3-year criminal investigation should be viewed with great skepticism, that DOJ investigation was closed with no charges being brought.
We'll be right back.
Oof.
It's art. That is poetry in motion. Hey, Sonny, maybe don't call someone a pedophile out of nowhere and accuse him of a serious crime. You need to call him a pedophile. Accuse him of a serious crime, explicit serious crime.
When he's not even guilty of it.
Oh my. Okay. By the way, she's not the only one in trouble. Whoopi may be getting sued herself. Well, we'll be right back, won't we? Looks like you're gonna get sued too, Whoopi. I think the clip's in here. Here it is. This is what she may be getting sued over, I think. Yeah, here it is.
Place that made these refused to make them for me.
So she claims that this baker refused to make some cake for her, or pastry for you.
Oh,
really?
Yes.
No. It's all fake. Of course it is.
No. Let me explain. They said that their ovens had gone down, all kinds of stuff, but folks went and got them anyway, which is why I'm not telling you who made them. But can't be because I'm a woman, but perhaps they did not like my politics. Yeah. But that's okay, because you know what? Listen. This is my mother's celebration.
Yeah.
Pick these up and celebrate.
Okay. So Whoopi Goldberg
that's like
accused
the whole
Holterman's Bakery, a small bakery in Staten Island, of refusing her last-minute birthday order of 50 Charlotte Russe cupcakes because perhaps they don't like politics.
Maybe it's because they couldn't fulfill it all in such a short time.
Probably that's why.
That's probably the main one, I would imagine.
It is a 145-year-old bakery. They have denied the allegation. Something that's that old, it's probably small, to be honest. Like, these are local places. They're passed down generation to generation. She said she couldn't name the bakery. It took little time for people to deduce that it was Holterman's on Staten Island, given that its signature Charlotte Russe cakes are a legend in New York. She said she couldn't get her Charlotte Russe cake from where she wanted, blah, 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 and it's because of my politics. Yep. She might get. I think she's gonna get sued by this bakery for that.
What's happening? Whoopi Goldberg causing problems for a bakery, and now a Staten Island bureau president is speaking. Let's watch.
And I think the bottom line here is after we're going to call up Jill, who has had to endure something that she shouldn't have to endure. These people are up at 3 or 4 o'clock every morning. The sacrifices they've made, the holidays they've missed with their families to make Staten Island better, they have sacrificed for 145 years. Rutherford B. Hayes was the President of the United States, for God's sakes. And they're still here, and they're still strong, and they're not going anywhere, despite what other people on television have to say. And frankly, the people who defamed the Holterman family should apologize to the Holterman family for making stuff up to suit their needs. Not everybody wakes up every day and thinks about politics.
Yeah.
Good business person.
Exactly. Not everyone wakes up every day and thinks about politics. That's what we do here because that's our job, essentially.
Yep.
Also, she doesn't even explain. I bet she didn't even give them a day advance, Platex. I bet she called them and like, I need a bunch. I need 50 cakes in 30 minutes. And they're like, I can't do that.
Yeah.
I mean, and by the way, have you ever been to one of these places? I don't know if there's any in Ireland, but like I know these places in the U.S. These small places that are very well locally respected. And you're on a wait list.
Yeah.
You're on a wait list, though. You know,
especially if an order that fucking big.
It doesn't even matter if it's a big order.
Like, yeah, and also, if the places exist for like 145 years, there's a reason why they've been around that long. It's because they're freaking known and they're good.
There's places in Baltimore. You want to go get a sandwich, or it's not just in Baltimore. Like every city in the East Coast, they got these little places. They're holes in the wall. They've been around for 150 years. You want to go order a sandwich or something from them. You got to know what you want to order. There's no tables. There's no chairs. You get your thing and you get out. It is very. It's not this. Oh, the customer's always right. Let me bend over backwards for you. You are coming here because this is the best place. And we run it very low cost and make a lot of money. That's how these places run. And she has this idea. It's like, well, I'm Whoopi Goldberg. I deserve this. No.
Person doesn't care about anybody's politics. So with that, I'd like to call up Jill Holterman Bowers. She deserves 110% support. Jill, come on.
It's a community that I have to tell you, I'm so overwhelmed by the support between finding out yesterday this even happened, getting phone calls, and then people coming in, people from all over.
Yes, like the soup Nazi in Seinfeld. Yes,
we had phone calls yesterday from Alabama. Guy says, I'm going to give you $50. Send it to a school. Send them donuts. Send them cupcakes. The support has been so overwhelming, and I know how hard my family has worked to keep this business alive, and I wish my father was here today to see this. He would never believe it. My bakers come in 2 or 3 in the morning just to have donuts and rolls for everybody to come in and say, we have the best rolls ever.
She's got that same Trump mentality. You get the idea, though, right?
Yeah.
I hope they sue her. I hope they freaking sue her.
Showed up, right? And who got the party started? Well, that was the borough president, Vito Fossella in Staten Island. And he said these words, "This is the American story." Wow. So what did Whoopi Goldberg try to do to this woman in her bakery? Watch.
The place that made these.
Whatever, it's the same thing. Sorry. I don't know if there's any more there. Anyway, Whoopi might be getting sued on her own right for this. Everyone knew what she was talking about from how she described it. So the question is, so here's some of the seeding. Let's watch some of the seed. Because here's the question that we're obviously dealing with throughout the course of this discussion, over the course of is the woke being put away? And here's my evidence, a little bit of it. No, I'm just making fun of the view here, but I'm going to move into this. Is that they are seething because Trump won. And I want to enjoy a little bit of the seething first, but then before we end, I want to show you guys some of the evidence of the woke being put away.
Table.
Yeah.
And we're having a conversation.
Yeah. Dude, she looks like she's having a fucking
really badly.
Like she's having like a schizophrenic. This looks like a she's having a schizophrenic meltdown. Like she seems real. You can tell there's like boiling rage under the surface here. Yeah.
And we're going to go back to it, but before we do, I just want to say,
really weird whispering.
This
because she's
it's like holding in rage.
Yeah, she's furious, and she's trying to pretend she's not.
This is the beauty of people who have different opinions. Sometimes it's messy.
No.
Wow, isn't it interesting
how? I do not
how
appreciate the beauty of people who have different opinions.
I don't either.
There's nothing inherently good about you having a different opinion if your opinion is shit.
You're not inherent.
Yes.
But here's the thing. These people have been saying for 8 years that you just aren't allowed to have different opinions than us. If you have a different opinion than us, you need to go away
Repent.
forever. You need to repent. First of all, you need to lose all of your ability to speak publicly, because free speech isn't free.
Freedom of consequences, not that dumb shit.
Now they're oh yes, freedom of speech doesn't mean freedom of consequences. Now all of a sudden, Whoopi says, "Let everybody talk." Dude, I don't know how. I guess they think everyone is. Is so brain dead, and I think people will fall for this. Trust me, guys. You will see mainstream conservative pundits fall for this. And they will go, well, wait, what? Look, they're coming to the table.
They already fall for it every single fucking time Bill Maher opens his mouth and says something fucking insane.
Yes, Bill Maher says something mildly sane. They go, look, the left is coming over to sanity. Don't get it twisted. This is performative. They hate you. Look at the rage boiling underneath the surface of Whoopi Goldberg as she says these.
Sometimes we're messy. And I don't know if you noticed that when I came out this morning, I had trouble trying to figure out because there was nothing in the thing. There's something in the air. So just know something is chewing on
it. You know what's in the air, Whoopi?
What's
Trumpism. We lost the election. Wait a minute. We lost the election. We're miserable. Half of this country is miserable. And let's just tell the truth.
The other half are really happy.
Or I think Joy does actually say that. But
she's not wrong, actually, for once.
No, she's not. But Joy and Whoopi here are not on the same page. Whoopi's trying to pretend like, no. We're your friend. Yeah, we're just trust us. We want to come to the table. And Joy has not got the memo. Again, these people, they have no cohesion as to their ideological messaging.
We hate that he won. We hate it.
Joy, you weren't supposed to say that. You're supposed to say you want to come together in peace and love now. You didn't get the memo. See, again, you didn't get the memo.
And everybody's uptight and crazy right now.
Well, then I'm going to say to that machine over there, you stop blaming me. You do what you're supposed to do. You bring up the words I need to say. So what I need to say is we're going to go back to the convo that we were having.
That was
Tell
really
me
weird.
what to say. Yeah, it was really weird.
That was really
I don't know what to
creepy.
say here. So please tell me what to say.
That should tell you that the entire show, The View, is literally just performative.
All of this is falling apart, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's kind of interesting to watch them scatter, though. This one is also really fun. Lichtman. So Alan Lichtman has portrayed himself as the best prognosticator of elections.
The 13 keys to the White House.
Ever. Yeah. Here he is during the election itself.
Pennsylvania, to be honest with you.
You're nuts, dude. You're nuts.
I know, I can't.
You're nuts.
But not based on the vote, but based on how far ahead she
And
is.
it's him and his
compared
son,
to
yeah.
Biden.
Okay.
Still giving New York Times Trump a slight edge.
In Pennsylvania?
Yeah, I don't see it. Wow. I think she's going to win Pennsylvania, despite what the New York Times is projecting.
Yeah.
Yeah, they don't know what they're talking about.
Oh, they don't know what they're talking about, do they?
I mean, that's usually true, actually.
How
True.
Pennsylvania.
I agree.
Because he won Pennsylvania.
They don't know what they're
she's
talking about.
doing better.
Don't get too wrapped up in the New York Times projection. I don't even know if
This
they're
is so funny,
mathematically
though.
sound. Don't get too wrapped up in them.
I'm worried about everything.
Yeah, I watched Mendes Waves video on Lichtman. It was hilarious. Yes,
I still
Seth.
think she's going to win Pennsylvania.
Well, you thought wrong, didn't you?
What is looking iffy to you right now?
The New York Times is projecting Trump to win all three of the blue all states.
What?
Yep.
You're right.
A lot of processing of mail ballots in Pennsylvania.
Look, just look at his face.
Well,
They not counting them until today.
49.
So this guy at Junebug, this guy is Alan Lichtman. He's considered the best prognosticator of election results. He's apparently called most elections during his entire life, or his professional life. But he was totally wrong on this one for some reason.
9.3% for Bucks in Harris when it was 51 for Biden. Philadelphia 78 for Harris when it was 81 for Biden.
I actually think he also didn't call 2016 correctly. So this is his second loss, but I'm not, and I don't quote me on that. I think he also mispredicted 2016, which would make.
You know,
Not good.
Is he wearing a toupee? Lucy, we call them hair systems now. Go ahead, Spoon, sorry. Did you not hear that that's the new word for toupees is hair systems?
No, that's cringe and gay.
It's so you have to say T-Pain, but we'll be saying, what was it? Spoon?
Hmm?
What were you saying?
Oh, I forgot now.
Votes that are going to be counted
Did the
tomorrow.
music, the retardation
That
fuck
there's
you
not
up?
going to be that many. There was,
Little bit,
there's
But
gonna-
it's probably not going to be enough. Well, there may be other votes. Remember, overseas votes can come in late.
Oh yeah, now I
doesn't
remember.
that count as provisional votes or no?
Aiden,
It has to.
guess what he blamed his loss on?
Oh, racism?
Yeah, there you go.
Hey, I got it right.
Legitimately,
Yay.
he said he couldn't predict the amount of racism
What do
and
I
sexism.
win? Do I win the Cupid doll? Let's go.
You
Yay.
get to win him seed.
Oh, you know what? We're all winners here, aren't we? Let's get W's in the chat. We're all winners here. We all win the solid gold-plated Cupid doll.
That's counted in provisional votes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, God, what is our country coming to?
This
Based is what it's coming to.
is the first moment of the night where I've lost hope a little bit.
Aww.
Good thing I have nothing
look
to
at
do
his
tomorrow.
face.
Yeah, I took off work tomorrow.
And I'm not doing any interviews.
Good.
I'm done with that.
I think she lost. I hate to say that because I've been hopeful all night, but I think she lost.
I do too.
I would feel bad if he wasn't such a piece of shit. Here he is post facto.
Depend upon a rational, pragmatic electorate deciding on.
A rational, pragmatic electorate? You're not describing democracy now, are you?
No.
You cannot... Idiot! Rational, pragmatic electorate? That's not democracy!
That's never
Based
democracy.
on governance,
Say again?
That's never democracy.
No, never.
whether the incumbent party should get 4 more years. And we've seen the explosion of some trends that have existed before, but not to this extent. Disinformation. You know, Elon Musk is, I don't know how many hundreds of billions he has. He has been the director of misinformation. 2 billion views of his spreading of disinformation.
Really?
Not just about the economy, but about immigrants, about minorities. We've never seen disinformation at this scale. Next, we have never seen to this scale the agitation of 3 trends that have been very deeply embedded in American history: misogyny, racism, and xenophobia. You know,
Oh, there it is. There it is. That's why people voted for Donald Trump. Misogyny, racism, xenophobia, directed by Elon Musk, or oriented by Elon Musk, the director of misinformation.
Okay, now,
what you're
hold on a
doing
second.
right now is called coping and seething, shitting and pissing, maybe coming, but ultimately mold.
Okay, a question for you. Let's say that that's actually true, hypothetically. Okay.
Sure. Sure.
Now what?
Yeah. Yeah, what?
Okay.
Now what?
Most of the countries is sexist and racist. Guess what?
what are you gonna
If
do?
You're not going to
Right.
change them. And guess what? If you keep saying that over and over again, and it turns out they keep winning with it, they're going to openly become more sexist and racist because it's a
right.
winning
Okay.
ticket.
Yes, let's say that you have identified the problem, that the real problem is actually that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, guess what? You can be more sexist and
Okay, what
racist
now?
and you win. Oh my fucking god, let's run the KKK in the next election. We fucking win fucking sweeping 7 swing states again.
Yeah. I mean,
Ne-
it's absurd. Yeah. So they are in utter chaos. This is also amazing.
Fucking idiots.
This is the clip you mentioned earlier.
blame the
Oh my
voter.
goodness.
Oh
Just
my god, this is delicious.
I need to take a look at the panel.
I actually might do a video on this, by the way. I'm not sure yet.
So we've got Piers Morgan, Cenk Alan Lichtman. This is Harry Sisson, and I'm not sure who this man is. Do you know who this is? He looks really familiar to me. I should know him. Who is this?
I don't know who he is either.
I apologize, but there's the other 4.
I think, look, we could get into this discussion, but one, I think you're blaming the voters. I think that's a terrible idea. And
Franz,
look, I debated Professor Lichtman before. I told him his theories about the keys were absurd. I was right. He was wrong. I said he'd lose his keys.
No, you were
couldn't
not
find
right,
them
and
before
I
the
was
election.
not wrong, and that's a cheap shot, and I won't stand for it.
Who won?
his little face.
That's not Juan Williams.
It's not Juan Williams.
No, it's
is
not.
it?
Juan Williams is fucking Hispanic.
It's not Juan.
You should not be taking cheap shots at me.
Who
You
won?
want to make your
You
point,
live
make your
in a
point.
It's the same when Chunk has to
Is
be
the
the
right
voice
one.
of reason in the
Yeah,
room and
it's
say,
fucked up.
who won? Who won?
Don't make it
world of
personal.
denial.
I read your own followers' comments, and they all trashed you, every one of them, and support.
Oh, so we should just listen to the mob and whatever they have to say. And therefore, they must be right. And we should reject reality. Today's dang. We should reject reality in order to substitute the opinions of random commenters. They must have the true access to reality. I guess. I don't know.
What did me?
Yeah,
so quiet
right,
with
right.
your personal
Yeah,
attacks.
come find out again.
Make whatever
Okay.
point you want.
Yeah, yeah.
Don't
Look,
make
you
it
do- you
personal.
don't
He's
know
so
anything.
mad.
You don't know
You
anything.
attacked me
You
personally.
You're so deluded.
Oh, right. I've only
Okay.
been a
Can I
professor
just-
for 51 years.
On this program,
published
I've never been
13
able
books.
to finish a
How many
thought.
Oh, wow. The credentialism has come out, hasn't it?
books have you published? No, because you're personally
Yeah.
attacking me again. Say whatever you want, but I'm not going to
Okay,
stand
but
for
brother,
personal
you got it
attacks.
wrong.
Say
you were
whatever you want.
preposterously and stupidly wrong. So, okay, all right. Can I just
Don't
finish
call
a
me
goddamn thought
stupid.
ever on this show?
No, not if you're
Okay,
personally
well,
I
you proved
admitted
it.
I
He
was
didn't
wrong.
call you
I don't need you to
stupid.
call me
He's
stupid.
just stupidly
Okay.
wrong.
Can I just say,
Yeah,
it's great to
done
see
something
you
since that
Democrats
time.
all getting
Who
along
taught
so
you
well.
manners?
Okay, rare Pierce W, all right? Yeah, I'm a professor. I published 13 books. Yeah, my credentialism. Excellent.
It's lovely to
You
see
need
a
one.
Can I
post-election
finish a
harmony as you all
goddamn
come
point?
together
We're
again.
just
Hey,
one
Alan,
right now.
shh.
Isn't it astonishing that mainstream television has turned into a bunch of, like, Discord calls? This is insane to me.
I was literally saying the same thing earlier to Lamented.
Yeah, this is
if I were to-
bizarre.
I said to him, if I were to just look at this and look at, say, like the free to choose shows that you had with Milton Friedman, or the sit downs that you had with the young Thomas Sowell and William
Yeah.
F. Buckley, and I look at this, like, I am mortified and utterly embarrassed to be a human being in 2024. Like, if this is adults.
Yes, allegedly.
These are adults. You're behaving like spoiled fucking brats. Your behavior is embarrassing.
I have 50 years of experience as a
You
professor.
people, these two people
You're
arguing
acting like
are like
a teenager.
24 years
Yeah.
older than us, at least. Like, Cenk is in his 50s. He's got at least 2 decades on us, and Lichtman is like in his 70s.
Yeah,
What the hell is wrong with you people?
yeah.
Do you
Unbelievable.
not know how to conduct yourself with a sense of decorum?
No, because no one
Like, were
does
you not
anymore. I don't think
raised by
so.
adults? You freaking absolutely embarrassing.
Well, I
pricks.
could go off onto a really long tangent about how the internet like makes all that stuff kind of fly out the window because of the individuation effects. But
To be fair,
you know-
I can openly say this because I've been on other people's podcasts. I don't know if you guys have ever seen me on, say, I've been on Tommy Sotomayor's podcast several
Sure.
times. Yeah, and I've always been extremely mad. It's one of the reasons he likes having me on, is he openly said it's because I'm not like the rest of his panel, probably because I'm white. And I openly said that to him, and he just laughed. I openly said, he said to me before, like, he's like, I like you because like, you're always calm. And I said, it's must because I'm white. And he just laughed. He just thought it was funny.
I think it's more than it does. It can be media training or whatever, but most people aren't like prepared for this stuff, and you can always fall victim to it at any point in time when someone just starts acting a fool with you. You know, you have a human reaction to it, but it's bizarre that this is live on mainstream television. You know,
Yeah, it's embarrassing.
Hey, Alan, you deserve a tall glass of shut up juice, so can you just shut up for
Again,
a second? And let
reiterating
someone who
what I just
knows what
said.
they're
Not if
doing
you're
so
gonna
right,
personally
Pierce.
attack
You're
me.
so right. We're so
Make
unified
any
right
point
now.
you
Okay.
want.
So-
I will not sit here and stand
So-
for personal attacks, for blasphemy against me. You don't need
blasphemy against him. If you say that he's wrong, it's a blasphemy.
Why is he drinking
Talk
so
about
like
someone
a
who thinks that
religious
he's
figure?
God. He thinks
Yeah.
he's God in his own head. What a lunatic!
to do that. You don't boost your
Blasphemy
ego
against you?
by
Who the hell are
attacking
you?
me
Are you
like that.
Jesus
Just
Christ,
make
you
your-
Yeah,
loser?
thank you.
Okay, can I,
For once, thank you, Chunk.
Make your
can I
points.
just give the correct answer for once?
Dude. That's however, as I was want to say,
it's been suggested that I watch that whole clip. I might do a live stream on it, and we can just take the piss out of it. I could do it this week, by the way, if you guys want me to.
You should. As we talked about earlier, and as I have reiterated, the idea that the woke is just going to go away, it's not going to work like that. There's too many moving parts in this. There's too many pieces that cannot be easily changed and been given the update, the NPC update of, no, we're done with this. And this is what we're seeing in places like this
Psychological.
with Joy Reid, right? Wow. No, Joy Reid's not saying it, but it's this other crazy person coming up with, or she's streaming here with, but streaming. Now it's stuck in my head because I just equated that to streaming. They're very big into this go fight with your family at Thanksgiving thing. And
yeah,
this
I saw that trending. I'm like, what the hell is wrong with you people?
It's don't go to Thanksgiving, refuse to go to Thanksgiving, and if you have to, hate your family. This seems to be part of their modus operandi. It's about, again, atomizing people and making them all separate so they can't, in any way communicate logically.
Do you recommend, just from a psychological standpoint, being around them? We got the holidays coming up.
So I love that you asked this question because, there is a push, I think just a societal norm that if somebody is your family, that they are entitled to your time. And I think the answer is absolutely not. So if you are going into a situation where you have family members, where you have close friends who have voted in ways that are against you, like what you said, against your livelihood, and it's completely fine to not be around those people and to tell them why, to say, I have.
Well, if you don't want to be around those people, why would you even bother to tell them why? Just say, no, I'm not coming.
Yeah.
But also, how insane is this? Is that just if your family doesn't vote the way that you do, cut them out. Cut them off.
To be fair, she's not white, so she probably doesn't know what families is.
Oh, probably true. She looks like Latina. Is she black? I don't know. Amanda Calhoun. No, she's black.
Okay, of course.
I have a problem with the way that you.
But also, she's mixed. So she wants to cut out the white side of her family. Why is it always the case with this? People who are mixed race always just hate their white family. Always do.
Because they'll never be really white.
I don't know if that's why, but it's always really, consistent.
They resent the white side.
I'm saying I've never seen a mixed race child side with their white parent over their black parent.
I have, but it was only ever boys.
Maybe with males, not with females. Yeah.
Voted because it went against my very livelihood, and I'm not going to be around you this holiday. I need to.
Went against her livelihood. Now, this is a very interesting quote or statement. Was that a misstatement on her part? Or was she intentional? Because what they always say is like, oh, my life is at risk because of abortion or because racism or whatever. She didn't say life. She said livelihood. Meaning money. So her grift is if we're to take her at her literal word, what she said is, I can't be with my family because my grift is at stake. That's what I got, right?
To take some space for me. And I actually talked to, adults as well as advising parents for children. I mean, I think, I don't think that you should force children. I don't think you should force adults to be around people just because they're your family.
I wonder if she thinks that children can consent to transition. Okay.
Family. I think there's a level of, need to establish boundaries. And if you feel like you need to establish boundaries with people, whether they're your family or not, I think you should very much be entitled to do so. And I think it may be essential for your mental health.
Ooh. Give me a second.
Okay. You okay?
Yeah. I'm just still really sick. So, damn, this cold, man, it kicked my ass. It's like the worst cold I've had in years. Anyway. So yeah, so that's the hide from your family. This one's even more insane. This person is a Washington Post reporter. This one is
This one's what?
You just had to listen to it.
Oh, this bitch.
You know what? I'm not. Yeah, this woman is crazy. I think I have another clip from her later in this. This woman isn't. She's a Washington Post contributor, journalist. She has been on a tear, man. She's been saying some of the craziest stuff I've seen, and let's experience her insanity.
You can't talk broad themes. You have to boil it down to nuts and bolts, and you have to be pithy. What do I mean by pithy? How about
what
this?
Do you think it is?
Republicans want to kill your kids. It's actually.
Can we stop? Can we please pause for a second to think about the far leftoid WAPO contributors saying what Republicans really want to do is kill your kids. From a woman who wants abortion, I'm sure, up until and after the 9th month. But they really want to kill your kids. Shall we listen to her argumentation, Spoon?
I imagine she's insane.
Yes. Got it.
Actually true. If you're going to oppose vaccinations, if you're going to stop breakthrough medical research, if you're going to allow minors and all sorts of people to get semi-automatic weapons, which they use to shoot up schools.
Did she just say semi-automatical?
Which semi-automatical, which shows it, but semi-automatic weapons have been banned in the United States for, 30 years? It's been about that, Bill. 25, yeah?
Late 90s?
And if 1995. Thank you, Bill.
Also, what's up, Bill?
So 20 years. Thank you, Bill. Bill has given. I'm sure most of you couldn't hear that, unfortunately, but Bill gave a very detailed explanation of the Firearms Act. So 20 years, you've not been allowed to have automatic weapons in the United States, but she's still banging on about it because she's an idiot. And is not going to say a single damn thing about children being able to cut their own genitals off and emancipate themselves from their parents and being taken by the state so that they can mutilate themselves and remove themselves from the gene pool. That's not killing their children now, is it? Oh, and by the way, their suicidality rate is, 40%? Yeah.
Well, then you are responsible for kids' health and death, unfortunately. It has to be that simple and that direct, and it has to be over and over and over again. You can't talk broad.
I mean, what am I even supposed to say about this crazy lady? She's out of her mind.
A bit.
This is typical, right? Jon Stewart does claim that the problem is they weren't woke. Actually, I don't know if I can play this. Actually, I don't know if I can play this whole thing. Yeah, here it is.
Too woke, insisting that people use the term Latinx too far to the left on transgender rights.
You have to say they. No, you have to do this.
Stop with the virtue signaling.
Step away from woke. Focus less on who.
So he just pointed out the thing that we've been pointing out, or we were going to point out. We pointed out last week a bit too. That they're all saying, drop the woke, put the woke away, as AA called. And again, I agree that it's probably somewhere between AA's prediction and Orrin McIntyre's prediction, but still. Here's the, clip cut.
Who is woke and more
montage.
On who is broke.
Social justice issues take a back seat when your son is in the basement vaping and playing video games and can't find a job.
Isn't it funny that his son is socially ostracized and can't get work and is suffering? Isn't it funny? Look, they're all laughing. Isn't it so funny? Ha 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 ha. This is why you lost. But tell us why it's not. John.
I feel like that last guy was really venting more about his son.
Because people talk from personal experience. His son is stuck in a basement playing video games all day, smoking his vape.
That's assuming that's true, and that's no bullshit.
Assuming it's true, yeah. But who cares? I mean, it's not just if it's not true for his son, it's true for thousands of people's sons, hundreds of thousands of people's sons, sitting in a basement having nothing to do other than sit around on the internet because they can't find a job because they're white males and they are told that they are worthless by society. They're not. You can't get hired. But laugh it up. What's Stewart's real last?
Jon Stewart?
Whatever.
Oh,
No, his real last name. Oh, you don't know his real last name? Let me look it up. Jon Stewart. His real last name is Leibowitz.
Oh, very Jewish.
Everybody else had sort of a broader point, but his was just so specific.
Yeah, because it's from his personal experience, idiot.
Yeah, that's
Like,
assuming
this
it's
is
true.
stupid shit. Yeah, assuming it's true.
You really got to focus on, let's say, a kid in your basement vaping and just jerking off all over the couch, night after night.
Yeah, it's a problem. What's he supposed to do? The economy's shit. He's been told as a young white male he has no future. He's disgusting. He should kill himself. And you're wondering why he feels, why his son has no motivation. I don't know, John. Why would that be the case? What a conundrum. What is this? I never understand this stuff. Just looking at the freaking camera. Ha ha ha. What?
But point taken. Everyone's talking about this wokeness theory. From cable news to the op-ed section.
Wokeness theory.
I think
sometimes the op-ed section being read on cable news.
We want to get to the Maureen Dowd piece. Maureen.
This is the fascinating thing. I'm going to get to this spoon before we head out if we got some time. They are turning on Joe Scarborough and Mika Brzezinski because, or at least Jon Stewart is, because Mika and Joe went and met with Trump at Mar-a-Lago again, being put away, and kissed the ring. And yes, and now they are have become anathema. Yes.
Dowd's piece for the New York Times entitled "Democrats and the Case of Mistaken Identity Politics."
Ooh, that was Morning Joe host Mika Brzezinski discussing a New York Times column by Maureen Dowd on how to escape the liberal bubble.
Well, this is astonishing that he doesn't even understand.
It's actually aimed at people like you.
It's aimed at people like you. Is that you are in an echo chamber. It's why you can't understand things. There's been research that's been going on about this for years, which is that leftists cannot understand what conservatives care about at all.
Yes, because they're brain the cultists.
They can't even fundamentally understand the basic principles. Whereas conservatives have a pretty good idea of what leftists think and what they care about.
It is absolutely fucking everywhere. So it's very easy to understand why leftists think the way that they do. Just assume they have no concept of reality because their entire ideology is not based in reality, and therefore they're just batshit fucking crazy. It's not hard to understand how progressives work.
Right. I don't actually think it's because of the ubiquity of it. I think it's because leftists have no desire to understand how their opposition thinks. They much prefer to make up fan fiction in their head about how the opposition
sells better.
think. Of course, exactly.
I mean, it doesn't exactly, like, for example, if you want to be an evil mastermind bastard, it doesn't help if you go, what does my opposition want? They want to be left alone.
Yeah. Oh, how dare they?
Yeah, and if that's the way that you look at the world, and that's the way you portray them, you kind of look like a fucking psychopath wanting to attack people who just want to be left alone. That's
right.
So, yeah, and so in order for you to justify your evil ways because you are a pedophilic psychotic bastard, your main way to, I will openly say that because leftists are fucking pedophiles, the way that you openly attack them is by declaring them Hitler.
Well, I don't know if if the Hitler declarations work anymore. I think that they're putting it away for a reason. I think that it's.
I hope
like
you keep doing it because I would really like to live in a world where the Nazis are not the evil people. For one simple reason.
With a 10-foot fucking pole.
The reason there's two reasons. A, because we can get back good uniforms, and two, it would mean we've killed the World War II fucking paradigm, which would be fantastic.
True.
Because I really want a new fucking villain because Hitler is really, really boring.
I would like a new. Can we get a new villain at least? Like, can we get a new villain of the week? Can it stop being Mustache Man? I'm tired.
Yes. Yeah,
It's been 100. It's been, well,
can we
it's been
live in a world
90
where,
years? Can we stop?
Yes. Can we live in a world where the most evil person in the world is not a vegan painter?
Right. I'm going to hit some
vegetarian
super
painter,
chats
rather.
before we go to the next thing, because we have hit the top of the hour. I'm trying to go for a little bit longer. If you can stick with me, Spoon,
Yeah,
please.
and the
If I'm
boomer
doing
truth,
this,
yes.
if I'm doing this through my cold, you can bear with me.
Can we get back the
All
spike
right.
helmets? Yes, we can bring that to Pickle Helm.
Minnesota Fats, who's been a member for 22 months, says, "Boss, evil will always prevail in the world because good men refuse to sacrifice their liberty or salvation to eradicate the wicked." Talis S. Homini. Yes. Unfortunately, that is the truth. It's what we talked about at the beginning of the stream. It's difficult to sacrifice yourself, and understandably so, because it doesn't mean you're just sacrificing it yourself. It means you're sacrificing, oftentimes, what you mean to the people that you love. But there comes a time when your personal self-sacrifice means that it is necessary for the people that, and I hope it doesn't get to that. But that is the ultimate way that it does get to that. Beard for 5 says, "Sorry, I'm about an hour and a half behind putting the woke away. I respond like this, quote, it takes calamity for humanity to change. Can't be quick without it." Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Minnesota Fast for 5 says, "Also, I want to say happy birthday to my darling girlfriend, Tyra 2017 on the Broken Crown Discord. Oh, I'll give her let me write that. Nope. Tyra 17. Tyra 2017. Happy birthday, Tyra. Over on BC Discord, she escaped California for Hong Kong through Thanksgiving. Very based. Soul in the Lich for 50 ARS says Palestine, Ohio, diddly squat, hurricane, 750 only for non-Trump supporters. Exactly, only for non-Trump supporters. Ukraine and Israel, more. Give them more money. Yeah, I know, right? Infuriating. A Beard for 5 says, A.G. Riddle wrote a series called The Long Winter, The Last Winter. The last book kind of dealt with this issue of utopia and technology. I'll have to check that out. Beard from their 5 says, his purpose solution was the forced limitation of advanced, a great power prevented technological advancement in society. It's a good read. Let me write that down. So thank you. I've had so many new books to read that people have been, well, obviously they've been recommended today. Wowee. Frog Jupiter for 5 says the 4B movement is wild. We didn't cover it last week. We're not going to get to this week. I don't know. It's like kind of been a sideline thing. It's funny, but
it's not gonna last long.
It's just, yeah, it's already over. Women can't resist the dick. They're hopping back on it immediately. They can't close down their OnlyFans. Come on. I mean, these women make money from selling sex.
Their entire ideology rests on their genitals. Like the concept of them not using it is just fucking ridiculous.
Yes, so it's like, okay, ladies, I'll wait a week for you to get over this, and they did, and I did, and they're back to being on their OFs, selling their pussies and bums, as of course they always were.
You can see their genitals, by the way.
Yeah. No, I prefer to say it my way. Like I say, I'm going to go have a tinkle because I like to be childish.
Cringe.
Frog Jupiter continues, excuse me. Tells you the feminist revealed choice. Reminds me of the stupid, sexy Trump supporter article. I remember that. Mr. Rich Low Pitch for 5 says, I like how Cenk used the "you can trouble me for a warm glass of shut the hell up" line from Happy Gilmore. Yeah, he did. It was pretty good. Trump can occasionally be based. Did you used to watch the Young Turks back when they weren't totally insane, like 15 years ago?
They would try to guess celebrity by their genitals?
Yeah.
Yeah, they actually used to have a segment where they fucking did that, by the way, people.
They used to be kind of funny. They were actually I used to follow them 15 years ago, and then they went insane. But anywho, speaking of insane, here's John Leibowitz again.
To Trump's agenda don't seem to understand who they're dealing with.
Senator Elizabeth Warren accusing President-elect Donald Trump's transition team.
I'm going to give you the TLDR, but what's going to happen here is that Jon Stewart's new hypothesis is the Democrats lost because they are too nice to Republicans.
You know what I've noticed now that you mention this? I saw the Young Turks also mention this as well. Both sides think the other one capitulates to the other.
Well, only one is correct.
Yeah, but like, how many How many Democrats do you see capitulate to Republicans? Like when
None.
there's a vote in the House? None. Ever.
None. Never.
None of them ever
They
capitulate.
never
it's
do.
only Republicans that capitulate to
Republicans.
Democrats.
So let's just again, it's the Democrat fantasy that they make up in their own heads versus the reality.
Breaking the law. There are reports.
Let's get back to here we go, John.
Ethics
Here we go.
pledge.
Sorry about that. Horrible.
Hear ye, Hitler missed the reporting deadline. The war is over. I've said it before and I'll say it again. Republicans are playing chess and the Democrats are in the nurse's office because they glued their balls to their thigh.
They do this every time they lose. Every time they lose, they say, we're too nice. We need to be meaner next time.
I hope
Meanwhile, half of their party right now is saying, yes, be meaner.
It doesn't work.
Well, because everyone else, everyone who's being even a little bit, tiny bit serious goes, no, the problem is that we were insane. And John Leibowitz is out here saying, no, be worse. I agree with you, John. Encourage them to become worse. It is working out swimmingly. Now, I think I think all of this is fake. I think all of it is kayfabe. I think all of it, I agree with AA largely, and then I think that all of politics is largely kayfabe. It's a big show. But go ahead, encourage it. Encourage it. It's no skin off my nose. Worked out great for you this last time.
That is what is happening. The election that we just had was a repudiation of the status quo. An overly regulated...
I can't believe he said that quiet part out loud.
I mean, that's true.
It is true, but why he shouldn't have said that? Because you
you
are the status quo is what he's maybe unintentionally saying by that.
Yeah.
Or recognizing is that, John, you are the status quo.
System that is no longer responsive or delivering for the needs of the people or their beloved beheaded squirrels. Oh, R.I.P. Peanut.
You see how even his audience can't laugh at that one?
It's because it's adorable.
Even his... Well, because the New York State government killed that damn squirrel. Even his own extremely inculcated, indoctrinated audience can't laugh at, haha, Republicans only won because of the squirrel. Because everyone agrees that the squirrel being killed was insane. And a microcosmic exemplar of Democrat government overreach. Yes, and Fred the raccoon. Let's not forget Fred.
Government is theoretically a constitutional system of checks and balances between equally powerful branches. But what government actually is an overly complicated Byzantine bureaucratic maze of rules, loopholes to those rules, and norms. Complex enough that A, if you want to find a rule that keeps you from doing something, you'll find it. And B, if you actually want to do something, you can find a loophole to get around said rule. And then the norms are just how often you've had to pull any of this shit. For example, Trump's, let's be generous, provocative and unorthodox cabinet.
It is kind of funny that he put Hulk Hogan here because he has now... I don't know if you saw this, Spoon, but he has selected... what's her name?
Mr. McMahon for...
Vince McMahon's daughter. Yeah, Vince McMahon's daughter. No, I think it's his daughter.
No, it's not. It's not Stephanie McMahon. It's Linda McMahon.
I got it right here, so we can double check it. Is it his wife or is it his daughter?
Linda
McMahon. Oh, yes, it is his wife. Yes, okay, you're all right.
Do not argue with the spoon.
All right, you know more about WWE than I do.
I do, of course.
So,
that's why I know why you're arguing.
Well, I don't know anything about it.
Yeah, I do.
I use words like kayfabe as an outsider, right?
Yes, and I'm familiar with the McMahons.
Right. Well, Vince McMahon is a national treasure.
Yes.
Picks.
He's also really funny.
I don't think Hulk Hogan's been nominated yet.
Well, essentially, yeah, at this point.
I'd make a fun Secretary of Defense.
Yeah.
I think he's going to be the Secretary of Take Your Vitamins!
I'll do that again.
Democrats are positive that the vaunted constitutional rules of the Senate shall be the guardrail to this madness.
No, you mean that we care about the government when it does what we want it to do. Otherwise, we hate it. By the way, so does everybody. Let's not get this confused.
Yeah, that's
democracy
literally every government.
is a completely ridiculous system of government. People will always think that the system is broken if their side loses. Okay? Whether or not it actually is, and, well, I can't say about 2020, but the Democrats have called every single election since 1990 rigged. So,
Yeah.
I don't know. You guys have been doing this for my entire life, so why am I supposed to think that this is anything but a bipartisan issue? It's clearly that democracy is the problem, not, left versus right. Democracy is the issue.
Certainly we can fight back.
The president nominates, the Senate confirms.
We're a check and balance. We're there to be a guardrail.
The Senate has a constitutional obligation to advise and consent on this.
Okay, I think we got it. Do we need any more from John Leibowitz? I don't want any more from him. He's going to post his little clip show. Oh, no, there is some more stuff in here, actually. Yeah, it's just basically the end of where I want to get to.
You want Matt Gaetz, Mr. President? Prepare to be advice and consented, biatch.
Oh, my God.
There is no way for the Constitution to allow you to get past it.
Do you want to know something hilarious?
Mm-hmm.
You know Kyle Kalinske?
I forgot. Yeah, of course I do.
Yeah, he thinks Jon Stewart should run for president.
Do it. Go.
He thinks
be my guest.
This fucking dumbass should run for president because you think he's got Trumpian energy.
Not even a little bit. But yeah, the gist of
absolute retard.
The gist of John's argument here is that yes, the reason why the Democrats lost essentially is because they're too nice. So be more evil. Should I watch the rest of it? Because I think, did he already say it, or did we? I think he gets to it actually later. Let's keep listening, because I have a couple more things, but not a whole lot.
The Constitution does give the president power to adjourn the House and Senate on extraordinary occasions.
To unilaterally install his most controversial nominees and bypass the Senate.
Just stop giving me clips and actually talk.
Entirely.
That is our government in a nutshell. The rules say we can stop it. The loophole says that. And so what are you left with? The last refuge of losers, the norms.
I don't think that's appropriate, and I don't think that's what the founders intended.
What's going on, normies? Just kidding.
That is not the custom.
Dude, can you even understand what the fuck this is?
Not really, no.
What kind of political commentary is this? Just make a bunch of faces at the camera? It's been, you and I don't use camera. Do we need to make little silly faces in order to be able to get our points across? No.
No, because we're
Good
smarter.
Lord. Obviously.
Yeah, you can do it, and it's legal, but whatever, guy. We're going to think you're a dick.
I mean, that's what you've been doing for years, so what's the point? So, I can't take any more of this. But I want to see where he says that they should play dirty like the GOP.
Republicans exploit the loopholes. Democrats.
What loopholes? What loopholes? What loopholes do the Democrats exploit? Explicate. Show your evidence. Show your work. Where?
I mean, you're the guy who didn't have an open primary. And
no primary.
You basically just rigged in a candidate, and then you got your ass
You
kicked.
committed what many people would consider to be a coup.
A coup, yeah.
By just putting in the candidate that you wanted with no... Kamala Harris was not selected via democratic process. At all. So you did a coup. You selected a candidate that was not... You selected him. Selected the candidate. The Democrat Party didn't even select it. Joe Biden essentially did, but the Democrat Party selected the candidate. The people did not. That's democracy in action? Is when you get what you want, is what it means. These people are insane. So what are the loopholes exactly that the Republicans are doing that the Democrats aren't doing? I'm curious about that, John. I think you're talking out of your ass.
Democrats complain about the norms over and over and over, and it has ghastly consequences. Remember when President Obama nominated Merrick Garland to the Supreme Court? Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell refused to give that a vote, saying, well, it's only one full year before the election.
And Mitch McConnell is also a piece of shit, but guess what? You guys do this all the time, too. Now, all of a sudden, the Democrats who have been complaining about the goddamn filibuster are saying they're going to filibuster the entire Senate and Congress for the next 4 years. You guys don't believe in anything. And guess what? Nobody does in a democracy, because it's not about being serious and having serious convictions. It's about winning, because all politic is power politics.
Yeah.
Oh, good Lord. It's so annoying.
Election, it's too close. Now, you could make a case that Obama could violate the norm, say the Senate failed their advice and consent, and appoint him anyway.
Well, I wouldn't say he violated norm. He violated Mike. But there you go.
And see whatever the happens. Fight. But they just went, well.
Did you not get that joke, Spoon?
Something to do with a dick, I imagine?
He didn't violate norm. He violated Mike.
That was terrible.
But I'm tis.
We never heard of that rule, but, okay. Smash cut 2 months before a presidential election. Trump nominates Amy Coney Barrett to the Supreme Court after the completely unforeseeable death of Ruth Bader Ginsburg. And as you can imagine...
Is he, like, implying that Trump killed Ruth Bader Ginsburg?
No.
I know I don't think he is, but what a weird way to say that.
The Democrats went right to the nearby Kinko's.
Behind me is the McConnell rule. On February 13th, 2016, when Justice Scalia passed away, Senator McConnell said, and I quote, "This vacancy should not be filled until we have a new president."
And so Amy Coney Barrett was forced to head back to her homestead, never to be heard from oh, they didn't give a
Oh, she was legally put into position as a Supreme Court justice. Oh!
Here's the reality. Is Mitch McConnell has been in the Senate for God knows how fucking long. So the one thing you could say about him is he knows how to get his fucking way, whether you like it or not. He's at least competent in that regard.
Yeah.
And also...
Turtle Boy is competent in that regard, yes.
Yes, and also, Amy Coney Barrett is objectively a better human being than Merrick Garland.
Yeah.
So that is actually a win for the United States. Never mind the sort of Republicans or Democrats.
Oh, you think he was just joking that she's really old? Yeah, probably.
Oh, right, I forgot. They didn't give
What do you mean they don't give a fuck? This is how the system works. They don't give a fuck. They were supposed to do what we wanted them to do, and they didn't give a fuck about what we wanted them to do. That means it's not democracy. Democracy is when I win. Isn't it astonishing, guys, to watch them lay it out so bare? Democracy is when I get what I want. When you get what you want, that's not democracy. He's saying it out here in black and white. Is he not,
know
Spin?
this, though.
I know, but it's just sometimes it blows my mind to see them say it so openly, and then be cheered on by their own little crowd of people who agree with them.
Look, let this show be the utterly ineffective hypocrisy finders. I can tell you from experience, it does nothing.
You are utterly ineffectual and hypocritical.
Loophole guys that figure out how to get shit done because they don't give a about your norms. They will explain.
So, yeah, here it is. He's encouraging them, find a way to cheat. Find more ways to cheat. Please cheat.
Avoid any loophole, even if they have to go through clearly closed windows to do it.
Okay. Can we just address what just happened? Jon Stewart just called for an assault. I mean, look at the imagery here. Look at the imagery here from Jan 6. Is he not calling for another Jan 6? Shouldn't Jon Stewart be put in jail immediately for this? Go to jail for another 4 years along with people who are still sitting in prisons over Jan 6? He just called for, I think, Spoon, an insurrection.
I just think he just meant the...
No.
He means the Senate. No, I think he just meant...
I know what he meant. But if we were to apply the rules that he would apply to us, he just called for an insurrection, did he not? I think he did. I don't know. Maybe we disagree on this. I think he did.
You would think after Trump's presidency, Democrats would have learned. But they doubled down. When Biden tried to get immigration reform into the Inflation Reduction Act and the Senate.
Oh, the Inflation Reduction Act, which was, what, 1,000 pages long?
Dongle, yeah.
And had like 1 billion things in it. That's why it couldn't get passed, because there were so many objectionable things, and you just put it all in one big bill, hoping it would all get passed because a couple things in it might have been okay. No. No.
Parliamentarian told him he couldn't. Did he respond to the rule with a loophole, or did he?
That's for the parliamentarian to decide, though, not for Joe Biden to decide.
No! That's for, you take the parliamentarian and you put them in a locker, and then you bring Grimace in and have him.
Wow. This all sounds like a bunch of interference. This sounds very anti-democratic to me, John.
That's what you do! Do you guys get what I'm...
Remember, guys, we're all the ones who are anti-democratic. I mean, we are here, but we're all the ones who are trying to destroy America. We're all the terrorists. Him saying all this stuff, this is not terrorism. This is fine.
Saying perhaps a demonstration is in order.
Yeah, please. Please give us a demonstration.
To get anything done, the Democrats feel like they must thread the needle to make sure, we have to make sure each norm follows the overly...
Remember how you had just said that they were doing all this overly woke shit, though, too? What needle are they threading by being insane? Telling people that they need to... That actually, if your teacher convinces your 4-year-old that they're not the gender that they were born in, they're not the sex they were born as, they could take that child away from you, and you lose custody for the rest of your life. That has happened right now. It is happening right goddamn now, still in California. It is happening right now. It's not stopped. By the way, guys, don't not get complacent. It is still happening.
Complex bureaucratic process that we created ourselves. The parliamentarian. I can't do it because the norm says. I can't get anything.
God, he's so insufferable. Ugh.
Meanwhile, the Republicans come in and all they have to do is finger bang a donut. That's all they have to do.
I have no idea what the fuck he was talking about at the end there. He's just lost his mind. This is incomprehensible, as it always is. I do want to say that Rachel Zegler had a meltdown about all this, and I enjoyed that because I hate her. This is also Steph. She's lovely. It was really cool to hang out with her in Vegas. So Rachel Zegler.
I watched just Bruce's video and it was funny.
Yeah. Had a total melty. Find myself speechless in the midst of this. Another 4 years of hatred. You're the most hateful person in Hollywood, and that is hard to say. You're at least up there. You're on the block, Rachel. I don't want to live in it. Oh, then leave. Go somewhere else. Lead us towards a world, blah, blah, blah. I'm shocked. I'm disgusted. Typical shit. Oh, look at all her posts. I hate everybody. You're so evil. Get off Elon's app. What the fuck are you doing? They're eating you up on Twitter. Get off the app. Get off the app. Oh, I'm sorry. We did fuck Donald Trump. Giant melty. Right? As you would expect. This is Rachel Zegler, who is propped up by Disney.
Insufferable cunt.
Yeah. So, this is Disney's main woman right now. She probably won't face any consequences for this, but I would say she did post an apology. Let's see how... I'm not going to read all of her ranting, but here's her apology. Shall we read this? How about you read that for me, Spoon?
Do I have to read Rachel Zegler's words?
Yeah, because I had to take a rest of my face for a second.
Hi, everyone. I would like to sincerely apologize for the election post I shared on my Instagram last week. I let my emotions get the best of me. That's not an apology, by the way.
Nope.
Hatred and anger have caused us to move further and further away from peace and understanding, and I am sorry I contributed to the negative discourse this week. Has been emotional for so many of us, but I firmly believe that everyone has the right to their own opinion, even when it differs from my own. I commit to contributing positively towards better tomorrow. This is not you actually saying anything.
No, this is her trying to move where Disney told her. Disney said,
have you noticed
oh my God,
everything there's everything else around me that's horribly bad, and I'm
yes, I'm never. Oh, she's never at fault. Yes, they're never at fault. Disney told her she had to say this. I guarantee it. I don't know why they let her. They're letting all these people go.
One of I think the big.
But I did want to. The last couple of things I wanted to point out, and this is the ending of this. This is the other side. We watch people who are like desperately trying to cling on, but I think the Zegler thing helped move us into this subject, which is that Zegler had to apologize. Here is the evidence of the woke going away a little bit.
biggest images from the week, which is President-elect Trump meeting
Jen
with
Psaki admits that
President
the
Biden.
Dems
Of
are
course,
lost,
this
is what
is a
she's gonna say here.
tradition Biden for at this moment, and I should mention both leaders said we do want to have a smooth transition.
That's correct. But I also think that nobody here and anywhere should focus on one visual moment as an indication of all the things happening behind the scenes. You're obviously not doing that. Look, I think Democrats are in the wilderness, as you just said before. There is no clear
Democrats are in the wilderness.
Leader of the party. Joe Biden is going to be out of office shortly. Kamala Harris just lost the election. There are a lot of governors and other people who might emerge, maybe people we don't know about yet. Right. But there is no clear leader of the party right now. That, to me, is an opportunity because
former press secretary, or about to be former press secretary, saying, oh, she's not like calling it fake. She's saying, oh, we need to regroup. We'll be okay. Everything is fine. The Democrats are lost. They're lost we're babes in the woods. That's why they lost. They don't have good leadership. She says is the press secretary for Joe Biden. This is their attempt at putting the woke away. And the most extreme example, I think, is Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. So, yeah, sure. So she started asking people to, like...
leave my house for the first time in
I can't... By the way, there's another bunch of clips from her that I found fascinating. I think she's deleted them because I searched everywhere on her Instagram to find them. I think she's deleted the post. But AGW has it in the video, so I'll try to skim through a little bit of that. I've got it here in a minute. But she started asking random people on Instagram, conservatives specifically, to tell her what they were interested in all of a sudden. And out of nowhere, AOC is interested in what conservatives think? You really think that's true?
a couple days. Took some time to rest and think and reflect. I'm not here with any big hot takes because the task that we have before us is massive. So, one thing that I am interested in is you all. I'm interested in what you have to say.
Nobody who follows you, AOC, is not an extreme far leftist. And she knows that too.
And I am most interested in hearing from you what you need from me. As
for the first time ever.
Servant, I look at this as doing this.
Uh-huh.
I need you to shut the fuck up.
Shut the fuck up.
Go away and never show your face in politics ever again.
That's what I need
because
you
you're
to
a
do.
woman, you're dumb as shit, and you have no business being in politics. You're a fucking bartender who answered an acting call. You were literally a casting call girl for a fucking bunch of communists.
Uh-huh. Yep.
As your public servant, as just a person, I'm really curious. What would you like to hear from me?
Shut up.
Goodbye.
That's what I'd like to hear from you. Yeah, bye. Now, again...
Greetings and salutations, loyal viewers.
I don't hate this. If you want, please watch this whole video from Sean. I'll go post the video here in the chat. Because I looked everywhere on AOC's Instagram, and I could not find the video that he's responding to here. I'm gonna pin this in the chat. But Sean did a reaction to this Instagram post that she made, and I think she's deleted it. If she's not deleted it, I don't know why I can't find it, because I looked everywhere for this, guys. So this is her response to the Trump supporters after she asked for their information, or for what they want to hear. She wanted to hear from them, and this is her new response.
One, people are really interested in the Q&As, so I would like to ask a couple more questions. Again...
What is snoring in the background?
Where's the snoring coming from?
Dog?
I don't know.
And if you are a Trump voter, this is not a place of judgment. I'm not here to put your stuff on blast. I genuinely want to know. So here's
the actual one she asked. Yeah.
If you are a Trump voter, or if you were a Trump Dem split voter, I would like to know where you get your news from, like how you got.
Basically, she wants to be on fucking. She wants to be on conservative podcast. That's what she was asking for. Is what podcast? Sorry again, Sean. Sorry, but.
I would like to interview her.
You're
I
the
feel
one
like I could really fuck with her head.
Probably. Sorry, Sean, for skipping through your stuff. Again, go watch Sean's whole video, but I cannot find these clips on her Instagram. So
And I've asked you all a lot of questions. I think it's only fair for me to say, do you have any questions for me?
Insane.
And I will continue to post some of the answers to some of the Q&As that you all posted.
How do you feel about ethno-nationalism?
But I also want to create an opportunity now that
only for Latinos.
Shared
actually Latinx's
a lot. Is there something that I can share with you that you're curious or interested in about?
So the question.
Yeah, how did you get to Miami when you were trashing the place for its anti-COVID policies?
I'm so sorry. I feel terrible doing this to Sean's video, but like I could not find these clips.
I think that a lot of voters really don't like fake people, and they're
like you,
yeah.
Wow, weird.
Sick and tired of fake politicians.
Whoa, like
and
you.
So what I actually think is worse is saying something you don't believe.
Like you.
And so if during the entire time in campaign season, you're saying that you're down with trans people or like the LGBT community, and then you lose an election, and then the next day you say all that stuff was wrong. I actually think what people are more upset about is someone was doing something they didn't believe and just saying something.
So Ocasio-Cortez responds.
I mean, that is true. That is true.
Okay, now hold on. I actually disagree with that.
Okay.
For a very simple reason. Is a politician is not supposed to be a person that has their own opinions.
Yeah.
From a theoretical perspective, if you are representing somebody else's will and you try to appeal to a bunch of morons, the sane thing to do would be, look how many of these people represent my constituents. They're fuck all. They're a tiny minority. They don't work as hard. They don't produce families. There's nothing exceptional about them. They're essentially fucking useless. They don't make up any massive numbers.
Yeah.
If I was going to try to win an election in the United States, you know who I'm going to appeal to most? White men. You know why? Because they're the biggest fucking demographic.
Just based on demographics. So she does actually say here also, she does talk about the Latinx thing. And the thing that's bizarre about all of this,
glasses,
right?
honey. My God.
I know. Is that, yes, she's saying like, yeah, we have to still keep moving on. But she does say that, or gets to essentially the point that the woke shit cost them the election. I don't think she believes this at all. She's never going to stop dropping the woke shit. But it's this conciliatory, yeah, we'll stop doing that. But as we talked about earlier, this is performative. They're not dropping it. Power structure will remain the same.
Yesterday in my stories that I do think that there are some things that the left and that an activist left can do to ensure that they remain committed and disciplined, that we remain committed and disciplined to growing a mass movement. And there are pockets of the left that are sometimes the most amplified online.
Really? Just sometimes? Sometimes the most amplified online? You people are fucking insane and crazy all of the time. That's why you have to go move to Blue Sky and then report each other for every single freaking microaggression while you post CSAM.
That are built on a policing structure and culture. And those elements...
That means purity spiraling, but yes.
Can drive people away, put them off.
Oh, really? Really? You think that a community of people where if you don't fit absolutely every single fucking box, then you're not allowed into it would be not very welcoming and not something people want to engage with? Where they try to destroy their own families and friends all the time just to get an ounce of clout or an ounce of attention? Why would that not be very popular? I don't know. Why would that be exclusionary? Weird.
I think we saw a lot of that this year. How much is genuine and how much isn't genuine, I think is legit.
Almost all disingenuous. By the way, Spoon, her being like this, do you think she's pregnant?
I've heard that rumor around a lot.
Yeah. Harry posited it. No, Harry posited it. I and a bunch of other people have as well, is that the reason why all of a sudden she switched is because she's pregnant. And so now she, all of a sudden, like, wait a minute, I should actually care about society instead of trying to destroy it. Because
no.
I don't think that's why. And women can get weird when they get pregnant. about that kind of stuff.
She's weird to be fucking in with.
Well, she's already weird, but you know what I mean? Like, it could be that, you know, that's the hypothesis that I've at least heard some people speculate about.
Legitimate question. But, you know, that's different than fighting for people.
Ocasio-Cortez says, look, we hate the fake people. That's...
Yeah. Sorry again to cut off Sean. Go watch Sean's whole video. I could not find... I think she's removed these videos. What she's also removed... Go watch Sean's video. Linked. What she's also removed, again, is her pronouns from her bio. That's kind of weird. There's some other stuff that's interesting.
It's quite funny to me that she said people don't appreciate the fake stuff, and then you do that.
Yeah.
That seems rather ironic.
What's also weird is that, like I said earlier, Joe Scarborough and Mika Brzezinski went to Mar-a-Lago to meet with Trump.
Of course they did.
That's interesting. And we already talked about that, so there's no real reason to relitigate it. However, I do want to show you Rosie O'Donnell seething over it, because it's really funny.
Do you know why? You know why MSNBC is starting to be nice to Trump?
Because they're kissing the ring.
No, but do you know why they're doing that?
I imagine because they want to be allowed in press conferences and such.
No, it's because MSNBC is being sold off.
Oh, right. Yes, you're right.
And so now it's going to be a hedge on for who's going to keep your fucking jobs.
Good point. Good point.
That is the reason why all of these fuckers
that's why Mika... Please, Mr. Trump, don't fire us.
Yeah.
Mika and Joe went...
Yeah. Anyway, here's Rosie O'Donnell. I think you're completely correct, Spoon. Here's Rosie O'Donnell.
Down to Mar-a-Lago to kiss the ring. It's the last time I ever watched Morning Joe.
Okay.
Period.
Bye-bye.
End of statement. Unreal. Unreal. For months you were telling
You're a fat ugly bitch or whatever Trump called you.
us he's the worst thing that could happen to this country and democracy.
Oh, again, the worst thing that could happen to democracy is when people vote democratically. Understand, as always, guys, when they say democracy, they mean, what is it, Spoon? Our political hegemony. There it is.
And then you go kiss his ring.
Uh-huh. As they should. He's the king.
Despicable.
Uh-huh.
Despicable you.
Get over it, peasant.
Pragmatism.
Hold, please.
Yeah, get over it. You stupid. So Fetterman
is the most sane Democrat in the Senate.
Is he the most sane one, or is he the most he just doesn't he's so stupid that he doesn't know what but he's is saying that Trump did god tier trolling?
Describe it as god tier level trolling to just trigger a full-on China syndrome to own the libs in perpetuity.
I don't know what's going on with... He's not wrong. I don't know what's going on with Fetterman. Chunk spoke to Elon, apparently, about
the
being in charge of cutting stuff in the Pentagon? And Elon responded to him.
And
Chunk
oddly,
says...
Cenk got a lot of praise from people, which is quite weird.
Is that he says that he's never gotten this kind of response from the left. By the way, don't trust this piece of shit. Okay? But it's interesting that he's saying this kind of stuff. And they are saying...
Online democratically never asked me that question. The idea that they would take advice from populists is disdainful for them. No, Cenk, it's just because you are a massively dislikable or unlikable faggot. The reason why people dislike you is because you're really annoying and fat.
Yes. You're annoying, you're wrong, you're stupid.
Yes, and you're massively egotistical for no fucking reason.
Yes, and you're egotistical on top of being stupid and fat.
Yes, that's the reason why people like you. Your politics is the least of that fucking thing.
Mm-hmm.
It's the arrogance around your fucking politics that pisses everybody else off.
Yep.
Right? You can't even make a good case for your fucking policies. It's because your policies are shit. Something that I noticed, because I'm doing a video on him and him and Anna, and something that just occurs to me is the way that they look at their worldview is literally just like this. If only we could get rid of corruption, because the way they just talk about corporate money, and that's the way that they frame the entire worldview is that if it only was for the corruption, we would usher in the utopia of tomorrow.
Exactly. Yes.
Which is fucking insane, and this is the worldview of a child.
Yes.
There's no examination of your policies being shit. that doesn't exist in their worldview. Their entire thing just runs on, we can get into close to utopia if only you give us more money and power.
Yep.
There's no examination of the reason your policies are shit is because X, Y, and Z. I mean, I'm doing a video right now, and I was watching a little bit further on. I wrote the script as I'm going on because I never watched the whole video before unless it's like really, really long. But if it's like a 10-minute clip, I'll go as I watch the video. And I wrote a bunch of stuff, and literally he confirms it just as a next clip. I'm like, fucking hell, Cenk, you're incredibly predictable. And there's one bit, and I say that there's no contact with any economic reality when it comes to your politics ever. And then later on, he advocates for an $18 minimum wage increase in California. I'm like, case in point, there you go. Like,
right there.
I don't know what worldview Cenk lives in, but he the way he portrays the worldview, is he seems to think like every business owner, no matter how big or small,
Cenk is born into privilege. He has no idea how regular life works.
But he thinks the CEO is like some engorged fucking fat cat. And if only it was the benevolence of the state telling him to pay his employees more, they would just go like, well, I'm being forced to, and then everyone just gets more money.
He thinks every CEO besides himself is an engorged fat cat. He's allowed to.
But this
right? I'm just saying, but you might know this.
To have this worldview and portray it after God knows how many years, you are you're either evil or really stupid. And I think Cenk is actually more stupid than evil, if I'm going to be honest.
I think Cenk is more stupid than evil. Hassan, I think, is also more stupid than evil. Hassan is too retarded to understand what he's... I really don't think that he has any idea.
No.
We're not going to have the time to get into this, but there's been... The trans stuff is also switching narrative, particularly with Nancy Mace. It looks like under the Trump administration there is going to be change in terms of men aren't going to be allowed to use women's restrooms.
That's the normal sane response.
I mean, they're getting very upset about this. First of all, there was a transgender representative who was selected.
They shouldn't be on the ballot ever.
And they have tried to refrain the narrative about that. Whoops.
The way that I would have it is I would say there should be women in politics.
Just watch this freaking
the party that was
narrative switch. Can you try not to scream?
Focused on culture wars, the party that was focused on trans people was the Republican Party.
Did it play anything else? This is Sarah McBride, your new transgender representative from Delaware. The party that was obsessed with transgender issues was the Republican Party. Go ahead.
It was Donald Trump.
Sure.
It was the $100 million, $200 million that they spent on television ads. But I want to be clear, I do not believe, from what I've seen in Delaware, that voters in my state were responding to those attacks.
Okay. Well, here's the thing. The voters in your state are insane.
Yeah,
and they are honestly afraid of you. Okay? But that's can you believe that that's the way that they were framing it? Is that the party that's obsessed with transgender issues is the Republicans? I mean, I can believe it because they're just liars. So they're very upset though at Nancy Mace, who has been saying a hard no to all of the transgender stuff. And let me show you some of the responses, because these people are very sane and they're very mentally well. Which is that all you know what Nancy Mace did to respond to provoke this, by the way, Spoon. Say that women and men's bathrooms should be women and men's bathrooms. If you're a biological male, you have to use men's bathroom. If you're a biological female, you use men's bathroom. And this is their the responses of the beautiful women to that.
Nancy Mace. Congresswoman Nancy Mace, I hope that one day I do find you in that women's bathroom and I grab your ratty looking fucking hair.
Yes, but we don't want you in them. You high tea lunatic.
And drag your face down to the floor while I repeatedly bash it in until the blood's everywhere and you're dead.
Yeah, because you're a violent male.
Thank you. I hope
Yeah, you're a violent male. That's why you think that way, which is violence by being aggressive as a male. That's normative. However, you're pretending to be a woman and saying you want to come into women's spaces and beat us to death. That's why we don't want you in them. Prune. So here's another one.
Did you see that? He was insane.
So what's happening here? This is a tranny.
I'm kidding.
Who is sliding their phone under the stalls in a woman's bathroom to spy on a woman. While live.
Ew, why the fuck did you just kick my camera? You had it under my fucking phone. No, I didn't have it under your fucking stall at all. You just kicked it on my fucking dick. Literally my fucking dick. That's what you did. Did you really want to fucking show my dick? That's what you wanted? I have a fucking dick, bitch. The fuck? Literally, I'm fucking...
People are all just fetishists. Disgusting. And actually, again, let them double down. Let them double down. Here's the view. Whoopi Goldberg says more men in women's bathrooms. Not for her, of course.
Is the one person in the house that this will affect. It's for House and their staff. One person. One person. And this woman that sat at our table was one of the most decent, amazing politicians I've ever seen. Her messaging was resounded across the boards. And as she herself said, I am not here as the first I'm not here on a cause. I'm here as a person with ideas. And that was the point here. And
No, she's not there for ideas. She's there because power and yes, and idpol, yeah.
What I'd be more scared of if I were there is going into the bathroom with Marjorie Taylor Greene, because she started a fight.
This is so performative and fake, and we all know.
With Nancy Mace.
Yeah, you don't want to be. You want to be in a bathroom with that person we just saw. You really want to be in a bathroom with that person sliding a phone under the stall, who then goes, "My dick. You're trying to get photos of my dick. I was trying to get photos of your vagina, but that's okay. It's all right for me because I'm a transgender. So I'm allowed to spy on you in the bathroom, but don't kick my phone back over to me." You think she'd deal with that well? Doubt it.
Lauren Boebert. Boebert. Yeah. I always get all of them confused. Remember Matt Gaetz? We were just talking about him. He started an almost brawl on camera. And Kevin McCarthy, where's our, what we do in church? Let's add, we're at work right now. They are beating the crap out of each other, and they're worried about this amazing human being making a difference in D.C.
Probably wants a job with Trump.
She didn't listen to the voters who are hurting because if she's
conflating of issues.
Okay.
He's the one who actually is still there, so pretty sure she does.
Yeah. Oliver also didn't get the memo. I will play this fairly quickly. I don't want to go into Lake and Riley stuff. It make me too depressed. But let's watch this clown.
And it was frustrating.
I know. This is it.
To see the Harris campaign fail to formulate a response, especially because it's pretty easy to do. Watch, I'll do it for you right now. As we've discussed before, there are vanishingly few trans girls competing in high schools anywhere. Even if there were more, trans kids, like all kids, vary in athletic ability, and there is no evidence they pose any threat to safety or fairness.
Oh, really?
Very weird.
Really?
So focused on this subject. And finally,
he's just lying. He's just speaking really fast. This is the Gish Gallop shit. Just if I talk really fast, I won't be able to say really fast. That's not how it works, John.
If you genuinely want to address the biggest concern for most girls who play high school sports, you'd be less worried about this and more about the creepy assistant volleyball coach who keeps liking their...
Probably a leftist, I would imagine. At least just historically and traditionally. I don't know, not me, just talking statistically. Anywho, I want to talk about ending the toxic rhetoric. So this again goes back into, are they putting it away? Let's end the toxic rhetoric. Oh, it's this bitch again. Yeah, I couldn't remember where she came up back again in the thing, but here she is again. We have to end the toxic rhetoric. The same bitch who called for people for the death. He said that Republicans were killing people. Yeah, we're killing children. Here she is back again to call for an end to toxic discourse.
Themes. You have to boil it down to nuts and bolts, and you have to be pithy. What do I mean by pithy? How about this?
Lying.
Republicans want to kill your kids.
Wait, this is the same quote. I thought it was a different one. Never mind. I guess I have the same one. Whoops, my bad. Okay, this one is it. Here is it. They never meant any of it. This is the most important little bit here, I think. And it's perfect to end on. All of the woke shit, they never meant any of it. It was always fake. And here it is.
Hitler to get so many meeting requests, first from Joe Biden, now from Mika and Joe. It's amazing.
So remember, what he's talking about, what Scott Jennings is talking about here is...
I like him as based.
Yeah, he is based. They have been saying that Trump is Hitler for the last 8 years. Now, all of a sudden, Mika and Mika Brzezinski and Joe Scarborough want to go meet with him. A bunch of other people want to go meet with Trump. They want to go sit at the table, talk it out with him. If they genuinely thought Trump was Hitler, as they have been saying for the last 8 years, why would they go sit at the table with Hitler? Because they didn't believe it. They always knew it was a lie. And now they are kissing the ring. Yes. And here is Scott Jennings gonna confront CNN. They're not gonna like it, but it's really funny.
Amazing that literal Hitler is getting all these meeting requests. And what it tells me, Professor, is that all the rhetoric that came from the left, from the Democrats, from the White House, from Kamala Harris and everyone else before the election, all of the rhetoric, the fascism, the Hitler, the Nazi rally, it was all a bunch of BS. They didn't mean any of it. And if I were in...
Prove it. Shake your head all you like. But if he were Hitler, why are they meeting with him?
The Democrat sort of rabble's shoes, I would be looking at all my leaders and going, did you just BS me for an entire 6 weeks before the election?
I just reread.
I'm amazed. I did not.
Yeah. All right. Sure.
In Iraq. Okay. Our troops have had a hard time doing it in Afghanistan. Trying to ask them to sort through who's who and implement a policy like this, here in the United States is like nothing we've ever seen. Actually, I mean, hold on. Maybe the only precedent we have is internment camps during World War II against Japanese Americans. But there's not a military precedent for sorting through who on the Upper East Side is an illegal and who's not. And you're asking a...
Yeah, it's really easy to figure out who's illegal and who's not. Who has fucking papers. I know that's, Nazi. But here's the thing. Every single American citizen has a freaking ID. Doesn't matter if it's your birth certificate, a driver's license, a general ID. Every American has to have an ID. You have an ID to do anything. You have to have an ID to get a job. I guess unless you're in a sanctuary state, at which point you don't need one. You need to have an ID to go buy liquor, to buy a cigarette. Why is it that there's a higher standard to buy cigarettes and alcohol than to get a job or get, I don't know, Social Security at this point in America? That's insane.
19-year-old, right, holding a weapon, who signed up to serve his or her country to thrust themselves into maybe the most fraught political topic that we've got in this country. People want a solution, but they don't necessarily want that one.
You twice now insinuated that Trump's going to send the military to round up American citizens, which is totally false. There are 1.3 to 1.6 million illegal immigrants in this country today who have already received deportation orders from a court. You can start there. There's another population, as Mark said, that have either committed violent crimes in the United States or committed violent crimes where they came from. You can also do that. That has nothing to do with the people in your neighborhood, has nothing to do with the person in your office, and has nothing to do with whatever the hell you're talking about. It has to do with getting people out of the country who do not belong.
How are you going to deploy the military? Give me how exactly you would deploy an active duty military unit to respond to this crisis.
I would use the military in conjunction with local officials.
What does that look like?
Local law enforcement.
He's trying to explain it, idiot.
People who know their communities, because I assume a lot of the local sheriffs and jailers are going to be the people who end up housing some of these folks before they are deported. But there has to be some...
What's the task and purpose? What's the mission for that young private?
To deport them, dingus.
Is he actually going to be tasked to guard a gate, or is he going to be investigating?
I don't know. I wasn't elected
But you're sitting here on CNN saying we should do it. I think you should think out a little bit more about what they actually should be required to do.
Do not belong.
It sounds real good.
One at a time. Scott, quickly.
This is working out great for them, by the way.
Who came into the country illegally, who have already received deportation orders, or who have committed some other crime while they've been here. The fact that you want to leave them in place is mind-boggling.
That is not what I said. That is not what I said.
Let me ask the same exactly what I said. In not so many words. So I think it kind of brings us to the end. But we're seeing a real, I think, conflicting narrative here. Of some of it is let's put the woke away. Some of it is it's not. Some people like Jen Psaki and AOC seem to be like let's put the woke away. A lot of them and Mika and Joe. Others seem to be unwilling to do so. We'll see what happens. But I think from this early stage, I'm at least seeing some evidence that AA's hypothesis that the woke is being put away is coming to fruition. But I don't know. What do you think before I read the last super chats here, Spoon? Spoon appears to have died. So I will read the final super chat. Thank you all for watching, by the way, guys. Beard for 5 says his purposed solution was the forced limitation of advance. A greater power prevented technological advancement of society. It is a good read. Yeah, I will check that out. I write that down, Beard. The long winter. Frog Jupiter for 5 says the US 4B movement is wild. It punishes lib men. Yes, it does. I still haven't gotten a chance to really get around to talking to it. I do have all the links to it here, but I haven't gotten a chance to get around to it, which is too much. It's too much news. Too many news. Tells you the feminists revealed choice. Yes, they want strong men. They do not want to just be alone. They actually do want to fuck men. Just as men want to have sex with women, it's not complicated. This is our biological imperative. He continues. Reminds me of the stupid, sexy Trump supporter article. I did read that before, didn't I? Or did I? Anyway, thank you, Frog Jupiter. Read that one, yes. And then, oh, sorry, I read most of these. DJ68075, or 45, says AOC should have written Eat the Rich lower on that dress for the double entendre. That would have been funny. DRT's King for 10 says, John Fetterman is angling to be the inheritor of the Democrats if the party fails to capitalize. Party fails to capitalize on their 26, and he can be the common working man who will be the savior of the Democrats and a good union man. Don't think it's going to work considering his brain damage, but we'll see. Anywho, guys, looks like Spoon has fucked off. So, oh, I asked you, you didn't go to sleep?
I'm right here.
Oh, you were asleep.
How am I responding?
He's not denying it. Anywho, Spoon, shall we say goodnight to each other and to everybody else?
I got banned by Uri Geller, what?
What? Thank you all so much for watching. And I hope I thought that was a fantastic discussion at the beginning. We'll get to the 4B stuff when we get to it. It's just it's been so much news, man. It's been so much.
Yeah, the reason I've been quiet is because this is like the first time in a while because
he was asleep.
I have about 3 or 4 videos I want to do, and they're all just watching people melt down because it's fun. It's just really
I know what you mean.
It's great, yeah.
It's been a lot of it. Lots of content to come from both of us. Thank you all so much for watching again. And as always, dear friends, Altana Volt, and cheers from at least me. Spoon, do you have anything to say? Good night. Bye-bye.
Woo.